¿Qué tal, mallorquinistas? Muy buenas tardes y bienvenidos aquí, ya lo tenemos.
So, welcome to Mallorca fans. We do have the Mallorca bus that has arrived at the stadium, Ramon Sanchez, and we can see Pablo Maffeo getting off the bus first. We've already seen Javier Aguirre enter the stadium. Daniel Rodriguez, who is always the first player to get off the bus, we've already seen him enter the stadium too. We can see Franco Russo, Manolo Reina, Rodrigo Battaglia. Salva Sevilla, the author of that goal that we did see in the Visit Mallorca Stadium. Kangin Lee, the Korean player, entering. We do seem to be having some visual issues at the moment. So it is a crucial match, another one, yes, we know, on the way to staying in First Division. Matthew Hockey there entering the stadium. Maurici entering too with his signature sunglasses. Angel Rodriguez, we will see if he is in the starting lineup today. He is an ex-Getafe player. See if there are any stragglers on the bus still left to enter the stadium. So that's a message there on that column. Nunca te rindas, meaning in English, never give up. And I guess that is exactly what we as Mallorca fans need to remind ourselves this week. Never give up. Of course, the dream is still alive. We are going to forget last week's match. That is no interest to us any longer. So yes, here we go. We are in our pre-match coverage. The last 3 matches of the season, and it's 3 big steps to see if Javier Aguirre's team are remaining in First Division or whether Second Division is in our sights. So today is a big opportunity, big match up against Sevilla today, who are 3rd currently on the league table, also in a position in which they may enter Champions League territory. We do know that Mallorca has won matches in difficult stadiums against difficult teams, so that's what we need to hold on to, that hope and that optimism. So we're going to go through to our colleague Biel Compagne already. So I guess that message, yes, never give up. Of course, there are difficult times.
Intentar jugar I trobar-se una altra vegada amb bones sensacions, no? Així que
I guess what the players need today is to learn how to play again, find themselves in good situations and confident situations. We've got to try and see the glass half full.
En aquestes situacions s'ha de seguir confiant perquè si un té fe I esperança fins al darrer moment.
I've always been taught that you need to still trust because in these situations you just got to believe in the end goal and work towards that. And I think we still have a chance.
jo entenc, i crec que ho hem xerrat ara abans de micros, aquí en confiança ho han dit, no? Que és normal que hi hagi pessimistes, és normal que gent estigui enfadada.
Of course, we were saying, we've been saying all week, it is normal that there is a certain amount of negativity or pessimism from certain fans.
Perquè al final és el que és, no?
Because of the situation, because of where we are right now, towards the end of the league, of course.
Pots ser optimista, perquè t'ha dit, no sé quant
But of course, you could decide to be an optimist as well. I mean, I've been doing the math today. My math teachers would be very, very proud. And, the math it still checks out. We can still save ourselves in First Division. And it is possible that we're still there for another season. Yeah, that's exactly right. Last week's was a key match. It was a very tough match. But due to our position on the league table, we are still in with a certain advantage. I mean, nobody expects us to win today against a rival like Seville, but that just might be what we need to push us forward. We know it's not going to be easy. However, we know that is our daily bread, being Mallorca fans. But we need everybody to trust and to believe as well. So we are having some live images of the changing rooms already now.
Veurem si avui és de sa partida. Aquí en el Sánchez Pizjuán també veiem Antonio Sánchez, la camiseta d'en Brian Olivan. Veiem si avui és...
You see Antonio Sánchez and Brian Olivan's shirts there.
Central, ja depèn del que vulgui el míster. Un Murici, que avui haurà de batallar amb centrals de molta entitat.
Murici, who of course will be battling today up against some of the best midfielders and defenders in the league. Really high quality players from Seville, of course.
8:30 començarà el partit, rodarà la pilota, rodarà ja la jornada 36 i bé, just també ho estàvem pensant i xerrant abans.
However, yes, kickoff is at 8:30 and that is when the ball will start rolling. One of the most important matches for us of the season. Yeah, and of course, without trying to be too repetitive, it is true that these next 2 weeks will be extremely long. They're going to really drag out. And hopefully they can end on a positive note for everybody involved, and hopefully we're able to stay in First Division, which would be essential for the team and the club's morale. Of course, we understand the pessimism that comes from the fans and the club members. Of course, we were all shocked and disappointed after last week's result. But now we've got to focus on today's game. There's no time to cry, no point crying over spilt milk anyway. So Seville is a rival who today has their Champions League position to play for, really. They have had moments this season where it seemed they were never going to lose, then moments where they were not so strong. However, there's wiggle room there for us. Yeah, I mean, they have a great advantage over Betis, for example. Drawing or winning one of the last 3 matches that they have left, that would guarantee them their Champions League spot. So, of course, they are going to come out today trying to secure that.
Ha acabat pitjor del que va començar, però és que han acabat un poc la gasolina, però tenen jugadors de classe mundial.
It does seem that they are ending the season worse than they started off, almost as if their tank is running out of gas.
Si poden certificar aquesta plaça de Champions, ho intentaran fer.
But of course today, if that's their objective, to try and seal that Champions League spot, then that is what they're going to play for.
han puntuat.
So it's not going to be easy, but as you say,
Sánchez Pizjuán, crec que no ha guanyat ningú, però com diu en Javier, les estadístiques estan per rompre.
I don't think anybody, any team has won in their when they've been away against Seville this year. But as Javier Aguirre has been saying, statistics are there to be broken.
D'estos recuerdos vintage que solen fer pues, també per motivar-nos una miqueta. Un 0-4 a una jornada de 36 també de primera divisió, el Mallorca que visitava.
So this is some footage of an older match where Mallorca was visiting Seville's stadium.
Debajo del brazo. La veritat és que avui no me'l vendria malament un 0-4, Biel?
No, i un 0-1 tampoc. Crec que firmàvem tots
That match ended up on 4-0, and of course that would be an amazing result to take home today, but as Biel chimes in to say, even 1-0 would be great for us today, to be honest.
També te dic que mai, inclús en el pitjor dels casos, m'hagués pensat que Granada mos podria guanyar 2-6. Per tant, a vegades la vida...
Of course, it is true that surprises happen all the time in football. I would never have dreamed that Granada would beat us 6-2, to be honest. So I guess it's all about surprising the rival and just pulling something out of the bag on the day.
Com aficionats, i ja tens l'experiència meva, veuen jugadors com Pablo Maffeo que ho donen tot, pues, estaran orgullosos i cauran en el cap ben alt, no?
However, I think that there are players, off the top of my head now, Pablo Maffeo, who always just leaves everything on the pitch and gives it his all. He could still walk off the pitch with his head held high for the work he put in.
I potser és una mica el missatge que han de donar avui, no? Que tots surtin a menjar-se el camp, van amb poc donarem sonsa, ara...
Yes, and Pablo Maffeo, in fact, left the pitch very, very emotionally on Sunday and on Saturday. And I think that is kind of the message that we should be expressing today, that the players will still leave the pitch having given it their all and tried their absolute best.
Però bueno, és això, ens hem de quedar en que tots ho donin tot avui, no? Que en el final...
And that's, I guess, has to be our takeaway for the match today.
Que en el final, quan va venir Aguirre, és el que demanàvem, el que cercava el pròxim tècnic mexicà, que la porteria pues, no se rebiguessin tant de gols, no ha estat escàs, està sent complicat, però al final que tothom avui mori.
Of course, when Javier Aguirre took over, his main objective was that there were not so many goals conceded. The luck hasn't been there, that hasn't been the case, but the effort is there and the technique is there.
És un d'aquests dies que tot l'equipo li surt bé. Ja li vaig comentar en Dani durant
Of course, yes. I mean, in the last match, obviously, it was one of those days for Granada where everything was just going their way. Everything was going well for them. I don't think it was really an accumulation of individual errors. I think it was actually more about the group success for the other team. As a Mallorcan, I know what our fan base thinks like.
I que és molt professional i que se cuida i que no hi ha problemes extradeportius i que la gent ho dona tot i s'esforça fins al darrer moment.
Però bé, que me diuen ja que tenim la connexió amb Ramon Sánchez Pizjuán.
So just going to cut you off there we're going to our colleague Daniel Jacoba and the Mallorca second coach Tony Amor in the stadium in Seville.
Aquí estamos en el Sánchez Pizjuán, en directo con el segundo entrenador del Mallorca, con Tony Amor. Bueno, Tony, primero de todo, ¿cómo está el equipo, no? Después de esa dura derrota de
So, Tony, what do you think the team is like after that tough defeat against Granada?
Sí, ahora no podemos mirar mucho atrás, la verdad es que no hay tiempo.
Yeah, we can't really look backwards right now. We've just got to go forward. Today is a really important match. And there's nothing else to say, we've just got to try and go and get those 3 points.
Como ya dije, por la gente, por la afición, porque no se merecen un
We've
partido
got to
así,
do it for the fans, for the club members. They really didn't deserve to see a result like that. So the only thing we have left is just to leave out everything on the pitch.
No pensar ni en otros partidos, ni en otros rivales, en el nuestro, en este.
I guess that's the thing. We shouldn't be thinking about other matches, other rivals, and just focus today. Yes, because that's a very exhausting thing, because there are things that are outside our control. We can't modify anybody else's results.
Que está ahí en puesto de Champions y que encima se juega la Champions hoy también.
We know it's going to be a difficult match, of course. Seville is one of those teams that is up for a Champions League spot.
Y intentar sumar de 3.
Lo dijo Javier Aguirre,
But
¿no? En la
today
previa,
we've got to come out there, be competitive and give a good image.
Entra Manolo Reina vuelve Manolo Reina al equipo, capitán.
So we're debating as to whether Manolo Reina will be on the team today as goalkeeper and or captain.
Sergio, ya lo comenté, yo creo que Sergio no es el culpable del 2-6, o sea, al final los cambios se hacen.
Even if that is the case, I really don't think that Sergio Rico is the culprit of the 6-2 defeat. I think it was a combination and a mix of factors.
Iván también llamó a Costa ahí en esa parte izquierda, el objetivo es eso, ¿no? Es decir, mantener la portería a cero e intentar hacer.
So I guess having Olivan and Jaume Costa on the left wing there, it's the idea is to keep the goal empty today. Yeah, of course, we're going to be counter-attacking the fact that they have very good strikers.
Recibe pocos goles, pero bueno, al final se trata de que tenemos que sumar de 3, no hay más y
yes, at the moment we're going to try and be compact. We're not going to have that many opportunities, but we're just going to try and get those 3 points anyway.
Es normal que la gente esté pesimista, es normal que en un momento determinado después de un resultado del otro día que nadie esperaba, pues la gente está así, pero
it's normal that everybody is pessimistic right now, especially after a result like the one the other day. It's devastating for the people who left the stadium disappointed after having made their way over to the stadium.
Pase lo que pase, no nos podamos reprochar en no haberlo dado el 200% en el campo.
But today we can't leave without knowing that we've given it everything.
Partido que va a jugar el Mallorca, partidazo a partir de las 8:30 de la tarde aquí en el Ramón Sánchez Pizjuán. Bueno, ya veis,
so Tony Amor's words ahead of today's match kicking off at 8:30 p.m. in the stadium here in Seville.
Contaros un poquito más en detalle este 11 que ha decidido Javier Aguirre para el partido de compañeros.
Gracias, Dani. Bien, mezcla imposible, Antonio Amor. Tenemos que luchar hasta el final por muchas cosas, ha dicho.
So there you go, crystal clear there from Antonio Amor, having to fight until the end. No question about it.
Persones que van venir l'altre dia en el Visit Mallorca Estadi i sobretot per aconseguir l'objectiu. Avui s'ha donat 200%. En Reina és el capità.
And there we go. Today we just have to give 200%, no doubt about that.
Sí, m'imagino que és un poc el que ha dit Antònia, que li ha dit el millor, que estic segur que està sofrint com és que més, ja està dins la seva pell i...
Of course, like Tony Amor said, I mean, everybody is suffering right now, all the members of the team and everybody involved.
La responsabilitat extra de treure un bon resultat per la teva illa, per la gent, sobretot per l'afició, no? Per l'afició i per tu mateix, per el punt d'honor, per l'amor propi. És veritat que hi ha bastant de canvis, ja m'apareixen lògics la majoria.
There are many changes in the lineup today. I do think that they are they're logical.
Estava encaixant molt l'equipo, tal vegada a nivell mental en Rico no estava passant per un bon moment, els darrers minuts ja l'afició xiulava i això potser en tot com jugam intenta tenir un jugador en seu.
Of course, I mean, even so, at the end of the match, when people were whistling and hollering and hurling abuse in the stadium, I guess with everything that was to play for, it's you can try and understand it, but still you've got to put yourself in the players' shoes as well.
Un parell de partits en l'arribada d'en Javier Antoni.
And hopefully with today we can replicate those that defensive strength and those that atmosphere that was shown in the first couple of matches after Javier Aguirre's arrival to the team.
I després fica una mescla de talent i feina a mig del camp i fica en Àngel en lloc d'anar d'on intentant cercar, m'imagino, un poc més de velocitat, no? Siguin els que siguis, avui és un partit per donar-ho tot, realment tenim més que...
You know, whoever you are, obviously, today and these last matches of the season definitely are the kind of matches in which to give it your all.
I això és el que m'agradaria veure jo, no? Que els jugadors són conscients de com ho jugam i ho demostren.
And of course they, more than anybody, are aware of what is to play for, and I think they show that.
Aquest 200% que demandam i que jo crec que tota l'afició del Mallorca necessita, pues el manco per veure una cosa positiva i aferrar-se en aquestes darreres jornades, en aquestes darreres oportunitats, per intentar el que dèiem, aconseguir.
Of course now we just have to attach ourselves until those last couple of opportunities.
So
we're going to go to our first quick ad break and we'll be back with you very soon.
És el meu cor malferit que demana acció.
Un amor sense barreres davant meu ha cobrat vida.
Ja aviam què passa, ja aviam què passa. No sé què passa, ni per què passa, però sempre em passa.
Déjate llevar por la compañía española con la que vuelan cada año más de 10 millones de pasajeros a más de 50 destinos en todo el mundo. Disfruta de la unión entre tecnología y confort que ofrecemos en nuestra renovada flota de aviones. Nos gustará verte pronto, muy pronto. En Europa, cada detalle cuenta.
Grupo Escribano. Somos especialistas en reformas y fachadas. Financia ahora el 100% y paga en 12 meses sin intereses. Para importes desde 200 euros hasta 200.000 euros. 0% TAE. Grupo Escribano.
Pues seguimos en este Play Red Live, ya queda poquito para que arranque. Bueno,
so we are here back again live on this Play Red Live pre-match coverage. Our colleague Dani Barjagoa is in the stadium there in Seville for us, and we're very eager to know this starting lineup today.
Bueno, pues sí, aquí estamos, ¿no? Ya en el césped del estadio Ramón Sánchez Pizjuán, pues los jugadores del Mallorca, ¿no? Que están ahora mismo en el video de aquí, ¿no? Muchos sentados en el banquillo visitante, bueno, caras de tranquilidad, de concentración, porque bueno, no puede ser de otra manera, ¿no?
So very calm, very concentrated faces with everybody on the grass at the moment.
Eso es evidente, sumar victorias, ¿no? En lo que nos queda y a esperar
también el resto de resultados. Everybody is wanting and interested in gaining victories at this point in the league right now.
Hoy a jugar un partido muy complicado, un partido muy duro, como decía Tony Amor aquí ante el Sevilla, que se está jugando pues certificar, ¿no? Evidentemente esa plaza de Liga de Campeones, esa victoria ayer del Betis, ¿no? Ante el Valencia, pues hace que hoy el Sevilla, pues, entre comillas, no esté obligado a ganar para no ver peligrar, ¿no? esa plaza de Champions, pero bueno, también teníamos claro, ¿no? Que aunque no lo tuviera que asegurar, pues estaba claro, ¿no? Que el Sevilla en su estadio no iba a regalar absolutamente nada. Así que vamos a ver cómo se desarrolla el partido y vamos con ese 11, ¿no? Lo comentábamos un poquito
So let's
con
go
Tony
straight
Amor,
to
alguna
it, to
novedad
our
ya
starting
anticipábamos, la
lineup.
más importante
As we said
seguramente,
with
¿no?
Tony Amor, there are a couple
por ser la
of
menos habitual.
changes.
No
Of
porque
course,
sea pues,
the less common change in a football team, but today perhaps the most important one is the return of the captain Manolo Reina in goal.
Ante el Sevilla. Ya habéis escuchado, ¿no? Lo que decía Tony Amor, no se trata, ¿no? Ni mucho menos de responsabilizar en un futbolista, ¿no? La dura derrota de
Of course, we're not putting the blame on Sergio Rico entirely.
Hay que hacer cambios en el equipo para intentar revertir esta situación, para dar un golpe de efecto, y Manolo Reina, portero evidentemente con muchísima experiencia.
We do know that something needs to be done to kind of switch and reverse this situation. So this is just another change that is a possible one on the journey to survival in First Division football.
En línea defensiva, pues va a haber ese
So on defense today, a line of 5 double wingers on the left with Brian Olivan and Jaume Costa. In the center of defense today is Antonio Reillo, and right wing is for Martin Valgent and Pablo Maffeo.
Vámonos al centro del campo donde encontramos a Salva
So
Sevilla.
midfield today, we've got Salva Sevilla on the left, who scored an amazing goal against Granada last Saturday.
Ante el Sevilla, pues imagino que será un partido también especial para él, ¿no? Por su pasado bético, así que también pues va a vivir.
He has been a Betis player in the past, so it's always an important match for him when he plays in Seville. Bataglia is central midfield today, and Antonio Sanchez is on the right.
Un todoterreno en el centro del campo, y como decía, ¿no? Pues Jaume Costa, ¿no? En esa parte izquierda, en esa especie de doble lateral, de carrileros por ese carril del equipo, y arriba, bueno, pues también novedades, sigue evidentemente Murici.
And up top today, we've got Murici on the right, striking for us today. And another novelty is that we've got Ángel on the left with him, so they are going to be Javier Aguirre's bet today as the best possible lineup to go up against Seville.
Bueno, no hemos tenido mucha suerte con él, pero
Hernandez is going to be refereeing today. Luck is not on our side historically with this referee, but as we've been saying, statistics are there to be broken.
Siempre hay, ¿no? Precedentes positivos, precedentes también negativos. Vamos a agarrarnos a lo positivo, vamos a centrarnos en este partido.
So of course there are positive and negative precedents. We are going to focus on the positives.
Así que vamos a ver, estos son los elegidos con el resto de jugadores que va a estar en el banquillo del Real Mallorca, que también os los comento. Tengo aquí la alineación. Sergio Rico, como decíamos, va a estar en el banquillo con Gio González, con Franco Russo.
So Sergio Rico is on the bench today. Gio González, Franco Russo, Grenier, Abdon Prat, Hopi, Baba,
Dani Rodríguez, otros jugadores que
Dani Rodriguez,
se quedan de suplente,
who is not starting, which is unusual for him. Take Kubo, Kangin Lee, Javi Llaveres, all on the bench. Very high quality players that could come on to give a helping hand throughout the match. So these are Javier Aguirre's changes today for the match. The doors are open now in the stadium. People are entering the stadium slowly but surely. Of course, it is a midweek evening match, so it is more complicated to make it their way to the stadium. But that today could be good news for us, because the less Seville fans make their way over, the better for Mallorca, of course.
No fallen, el mallorquinista, ja pot ser dimecres, ja pot ser que sigui Nadal, que
and yes, obviously a big thank you to the Mallorca members and fans that have made their way over to Seville. Rain or shine, never mind if it's midweek, weekend, or whatever point in the season, they're always there showing their support.
En distàncies curtes físicament, i la veritat és que ja vaig dur la gran sort de disfrutar
Yes, obviously, when I was a player, I was felt extremely supported by the fans and the club members. It's an incredible amount of support that they give. It is, I guess, part of our Mallorcan personality that we always feel that we have to complain about something. So I do understand, of course, that there is some disappointment there, but hopefully today we can turn that around and give the fans something to smile about.
Esperem que sí. Ja m'he jugat més d'un sopar amb un parell d'ells i bueno.
I've been betting for a dinner or two with a couple of the fans, so hopefully today I can prove some of them wrong, and that way the dinner will be on them.
99, ara m'he recordat del tuit que m'havies dit, 99% de fe, que al final és el que hem de tenir tots.
I am just remembering about a tweet that we have been talking about, Biel, where it was saying that at the end of the day, surviving in the league is about 99.9% faith, really. So I guess that nothing is set in stone, nothing is scientific here. So it's all about believing in yourself and being confident and thinking that you will reach the end. And today we're going back to the line of 5 in defence.
La qualitat ofensiva del Sevilla, con jugadors com en Rafa Mir que no aturen, però bueno, és un equip bastant compacte, bastant...
So it's a pretty compact team that we're putting out today. And I guess today what the point is that we hold them off from behind, and that Maurici and Angel can try and do whatever they can at the top.
El cap de setmana passat, que després defensivament no estàs tan col·locat, no fas les cobertures.
Of course, things like this are a bit unpredictable. It can always happen like last weekend, when then you try that as well, but then your defense isn't as strong as you hoped it would be.
I l'altra opció és seguir emplasmant, no? Intentar recuperar aquesta consistència, aquesta solidesa defensiva, intentar ser un equip segur que...
And today we have to try and recover some solidification defensively.
Sigui molt complicat que ens generin ocasions i després hem vist en el canal, hem vist a molt de partits que jugades d'estratègia, contres, al final aquests equips generen ocasions, però també pugen molta gent.
We have seen that players create many occasions and opportunities.
En les estratègies que tenim llançadors com en Sala Sevilla, que tots som ben conscients del mal que pot fer, ens poden donar que en determinats moments tinguin les nostres ocasions, i per això l'important aquí és ser efectius i fer el que agrada.
But the most important thing is for people to be effective and efficient.
Això és l'important per això.
And the important thing for us is that the players are giving it their all and that they believe in themselves for this match. So we're just watching this really nice image here of some fans with Abdon Prats. Obviously, we know that he is always very, very friendly, very gracious to the fans and to club members.
Poc se negocia de lo que dona i poc se...
He's maybe a player who's not talked about that much, but he is a core part of the team and he is a spearhead figure for the club. We know that he did give us some points against Alaves, so today hopefully that could be another opportunity for him.
Simplement per donar-li un aire fresco a l'equip, la veritat és que poden venir molt bé.
However, having players like him on the bench could be great to give us a breath of fresh air at some point in the match.
Gran presència defensiva, veiem com ha optat per Bataglia, per Àngel, que tal vegada són més físics, per incorporar una altra defensa.
Yeah, of course. I mean, in midfield and striking today with players such as Bataglia and Ángel, he's opted for more maybe physically strong players rather than kind of star technical figures like Take, maybe.
Si està allà és perquè en sap algo més que nosaltres, per tant, confiança.
However, if this is the lineup, I guess that's because Javier Aguirre knows a bit more than us, and he is, at the end of the day, he's the one who makes the decisions, he knows what's best for the team, but it's comforting to know that we do have these other types of players ready to come on if necessary.
No fan els 11 que juguen d'inici, no? Moltes vegades resolen els que surten del banquet. Per això és molt important que tots...
And at the end of the day, most matches are not decided by the starting 11. You know, it's equal merit for the players that come on later on in the match and come on to lend a helping hand.
És dimecres, ho deien Dani, dia laborable, però estan aquí. Han vengut fins a Sevilla, a l'estadi Ramon Sánchez Pizjuán, per viure i animar i disfrutar, i sobretot que el Mallorca se senti al costat en aquests 3 partits decisius que queden. Mos quedarà aquest diumenge ja, davant el Rayo Vallecano.
You can see the Mallorca fans are taking their seats. We do have, of course, the 2 matches left after this one on Sunday against Rayo Vallecano, and then the following Sunday against Osasuna.
I fan memòria perquè és inevitable. L'altre dia eren 4 i dèiem que s'havia de sortir a morir, no va ser així, però bueno, ara ja, agua passada, ho han dit abans, és el que queda.
Of course, it is impossible to not remember the last match and things we would have done differently or things that we wish had gone differently, but I guess that is water under the bridge now.
Aquest home deu fer por, i jo crec que Javier Aguirre, si hagués pogut que baixessin un per un l'aficionat del Mallorca a dir coses, segur que ho hagués fet, però és vera que els jugadors ara mateix no sé què necessiten. Tu que has viscut vestuaris, has viscut moltes coses...
So of course it's complicated to say what the players need exactly right now, but obviously the side of the insight of this, what would you say it is?
I això xerra molt bé d'ells, no? Que van fer una gran autocrítica, inclús dient paraules com...
Well, I didn't expect the players and the coach to be so self-critical after the match, and that's that speaks highly of them, because it's difficult sometimes to recognize your own mistakes.
Però hagués pogut ser perfectament un partit d'un 1-1, d'un 2-1, d'un 1-2.
I mean, yes, it's very painful, but that match could have easily been a 1-1, a 2-1 match.
Què necessitam o què volem?
So of course it's annoying, it's frustrating, it's disappointing. So what do the players need? They obviously right now are feeling the pressure.
Jugar en situacions d'aquest estil no és fàcil. Al final les cames pesen molt més.
And to play in these kind of situations is not easy at all. You know, legs will be feeling heavy.
S'afegeixen pitos o crítiques de l'afició. Pues encara tenen més tensió. Jo he viscut en la meva pròpia...
Of course, if you hear abuse or whistles from the crowd, then that is just going to increase the stress levels and the frustration.
El jugador de primera divisió ha d'estar capacitat per aguantar tota aquesta pressió.
However, we know that if you want to be a top-tier football player in Spain, then you need to be able to put up with these levels of pressure. And Mallorca is a historic club who has a rich history and a really strong fan base. And of course, you've got to recognize when you didn't perform.
Si després el Sevilla te fa 2 gossos perquè és de Sevilla i te guanya, pues li donen la mà, han de saber perdre, així com també han de saber guanyar.
Of course, you know, today, obviously, we need to know how to win and how to lose. If in the end we are defeated by Seville, then we'll just have to stand up and shake Seville's hand and congratulate them. However, we hope that that's not going to be the case.
I sobretot, pues, sientes los colores más que nadie, més anava a dir d'alguns jugadors, però bueno, això no se pot dir.
A veure, ja, amb aquí sí que...
And obviously, you know exactly how it feels. You're an ex-Mallorca player, and you now as a fan, you feel the Mallorca colours more than anybody.
S'exagera un poc tot, no? Perquè no només és el futur i la teva feina, sinó que convius amb l'afició, convius amb la família...
Yeah, of course. I mean, when you are inside as playing, everything is heightened and exaggerated because it's not just the game, it's because you are being absorbed by the fans, by your teammates, by the coach, by your family. And of course, at the end of the day, it's their job. There is they're workers like in any other kind of company. They're being paid to do their job. They will have their families and their private lives. Nobody, of course, wants the second division because all of that abuse gets hurled then at the players.
el que ja insisteix, crec que dur aquest escut mereix un respecte, una responsabilitat i això és el que m'agradaria jo com a aficionat veure de tots els jugadors.
However, I think carrying this crest is requires a level of respect, and that's what I hope everybody shows towards the players.
Javier, muy buenas tardes, ¿cómo estás?
So we're going to our first video interview now with an ex-Mallorca player.
Como tú, también está, después del partido del otro día, también sentimientos.
So I guess for a Mallorca fan like you, difficult feelings after the last match, right? And especially for the club situation.
Sí, bueno, se juntaron una serie de condicionantes que hicieron que
yeah, of course, there were a couple of conditioning factors that meant that the end result was more dramatic than it maybe should have been.
El partido contra un rival directo, que de haber sido otro resultado, en este caso
But
favorable.
yeah, it was a direct rival.
Se hubiese distanciado del descenso y veríamos las cosas totalmente diferentes. Y sobre todo lo más duro de
and if we'd won, then we would be seeing things from a very different perspective right now.
Puedes dar por hecho, porque es una de las posibilidades que el Granada te pueda ganar, pero no con esa contundencia y como han dicho varios futbolistas.
And of course, I think the deciding factor was the fact that they won by such a margin.
No haga mucha mella en
I do hope that the Saturday's result doesn't have too much an effect on the players' mentalities. So as an ex-player and ex-coach, so I'll ask you in both senses. What are the feelings after that kind of match when you've managed to fill up the stadium with loyal fans and then the performance goes like that?
Yo creo que como futbolistas pues estarían muy dolidos porque han sido conscientes de que
as players they will be very hurt, of course, because they know that the players are there to support them and to spur them on into remaining in First Division. However, everybody will be eager now to try and turn that around.
Y el entrenador tampoco tiene que pensar mucho más allá de preparar este partido que van a disputar contra el Sevilla para intentar ganar y revertir la situación. Quedan solamente 3 partidos de liga.
And today, of course, everybody's job in the team is to try and turn the score around and try and turn the dynamic around.
13-14, viniste tú también pues un poquito para salvar los goles, ¿no? En las últimas 3 jornadas en esa temporada en Segunda División, el Mallorca estaba ahí pendiente de un hilo para bajar a Segunda B, una victoria, 2 empates, consigue la permanencia. Es una mini liga, ¿no? La que se juega ahora, Javier, y sobre todo con tantos equipos que están involucrados en esa zona de abajo.
Sí, bueno, es una mini liga porque realmente ahora mismo está casi, por lo menos a día de hoy, entre casi Mallorca y Cádiz. Porque el Granada se ha despegado después de
yes, of course, now the deciding area is between Mallorca and Cádiz because Granada has unfortunately left us behind.
Mañana sacaría un resultado positivo en San Sebastián, pues seguro que otra vez estaba ahí al tiro de la posibilidad de...
If we won today, Cádiz won tomorrow, then again we would be battling for that, in that position in the relegation zone.
En estas ocasiones y en estas situaciones tan extremas es que no te puedes ir más allá, porque si te vas más allá, desde luego que pierdes el tren y desciendes. Hay que afrontar el partido hoy como si fuera una...
Of course, in these kind of situations, we've got to go ahead in this situation as if it was just a cup final. And that's the mentality that the players need to bring in to the match.
Inmerso en la posibilidad de la salvación, porque luego tiene 2 rivales, Rayo Vallecano en casa y Osasuna fuera, que no se jugarán nada, a priori, por lo menos en cuanto a la clasificación se refiere. Nos vamos al lado peor, que esperemos que no pase, toco madera y que Dios quiera que sea así, que si pierdes y por lo que sea el Cádiz consigue un resultado positivo, como he dicho antes, las posibilidades de mantenerte se quedan muy reducidas.
Vale, al final
And of course, obviously, if we did lose today and Cádiz won, then it is true that the possibilities of remaining in First Division become very slim.
Pero al final lo que tú dices, ¿no? Afrontar esto como una final, yo no sé si esta pregunta está ahí, pero al final un empate, oye, aquí en Sevilla sería bueno.
However, we haven't really mentioned the fact that, I mean, a draw here today as well would be a good result for us too.
Si en el caso de que haber conseguido empate, a ver si ha sido bueno o no.
Well, I mean, first, I think we need to see the 90 minutes, and then in the case of getting a draw, we would see whether that has been good for us or not.
El corroborar definitivamente entrar en Champions para la temporada que viene, pero con lo que acabamos de decir, es que si empatas, hombre, desde luego que empatar está mejor que perder, eso no hay ninguna duda.
I mean, of course, drawing, equalizing is better than losing.
Pues casi estás ya, no matemáticamente, pero sí con pie y medio en segunda división. Por lo tanto, yo creo que el Mallorca hoy tiene.
But it is true that if Cádiz managed to win in the Basque Country tomorrow, even though it's not official by numbers, it is almost a guarantee that we would be in second division. So even if we did manage to equalize, it's it's not necessarily going to be a positive decision for us. However, today then that means that the objective has to be to win, not to draw either.
Lo peor que hay en el fútbol es no depender de uno mismo.
However, of course, like you said, the worst aspect in football, the worst part of football, is when your power and your results don't even depend on you or your team. Of course, yeah, I mean, we had an amazing reception, over 18,000 fans against Granada. But as Javier Aguirre was saying, nobody can throw the towel in now. We've come this far.
Pero desde hoy, ¿no? Que esa mentalidad positiva de los mallorquinistas pues también conduzca al equipo hacia esa permanencia.
But of course, hopefully that fighting mentality of Mallorca fans and players have to impulse them towards remaining in First Division.
No tengo ninguna duda. La afición del Mallorca, los mallorquinistas de verdad, no los que se apuntan siempre al carro de la primera división, cuando las cosas van bonitas y tal. Los mallorquinistas de verdad, no tengo ninguna duda, lo han hecho siempre, yo les conozco desde el año 95 que llegué a la isla a jugar. Siempre han estado al lado del equipo y siempre han empujado lo que ha necesitado el equipo. No tengo ninguna duda de que si el fin de semana que
viene, and I have no doubt in my mind that the players will be giving it their all there, and that they will put blood, sweat and tears to each of the games that are left. And I'm sure that on Sunday the stadium is going to be packed.
Esa confianza, la que tiene Javier ahora mismo y la que tenemos. Yo no voy a decir muchos porque al final lo que tiene esto de las redes sociales es que entras y te vienen todas de golpe, Javier, y casi que te desilusionas, pero al final yo creo que tenemos que seguir con ese mensaje.
Yeah, I mean, right now, of course, it's not a nice place to be on social media if you're a Mallorca player, but I guess that is something that we understand as part of the job, and hopefully it is their ability today to turn that around. We know, of course, it is a key moment of the season.
Bueno, Manolo Reina no hay que descubrirlo ahora a nosotros. Ha hecho, desde que llegó a la isla, ha hecho unas grandísimas temporadas. Ha estado.
I mean, putting Manolo Reina back in goal now it shouldn't surprise anybody since he arrived in the team and on the island. He's done great matches and he's done really good things for the team.
Yo creo que para estos partidos
he gives stability to the team.
Sergio Rico no lo tenga porque también es un portero contrastadísimo.
I'm not saying that Sergio Rico doesn't.
Un poco más como aquel que dice de la casa por los años que lleva en el club.
But I guess Manolo Reina is more kind of like a house wine for the years that he's been loyal to the club and to the team.
La suerte de cara y que cumpla con.
Hopefully luck will be on his side today.
Será el evitar que el Sevilla haga goles.
He has to try and avoid Sevilla scoring goals.
Líneas más adelantadas, incluso ya desde la propia delantera, y el bloque del equipo que trabaje bien a nivel defensivo, y esperemos que tenga el día bueno y consigamos la victoria.
And hopefully he has a good day today and we can grab that victory.
En este mundo, porque si no te quedas más anticuado que el catarro. pero soy un poco reacio a todas estas cosas porque se le da la posibilidad de hablar a cualquiera.
And even though I am on social media, because of course you have to innovate and renovate yourself with the times, I am quite kind of against this whole thing because I think this conditions everybody greatly.
Hablando de otra cosa. Es que es así, es que es así.
But of course, you know, if we won today and Cádiz lost tomorrow, then we'd be talking about a completely different story.
Ve en plan pesimista, que es, oye, pues hoy perdemos porque es el Sevilla, bueno, el Mallorca la gana el Atlético de Madrid y contra el Barça el otro día también, si se duermen un poco más, es capaz de empatarle. Tiene argumentos para poder ganar en Sevilla. El Sevilla no trae una línea.
And I mean, I choose to be an optimist, and I've seen how Mallorca has beaten Atletico Madrid. They nearly equalised against Barcelona, and why not do something like that up against one of the best teams in the league and one of the strongest ones, such as Seville? However, of course, they do have some good strikers. Yeah, I mean, they've got some midfielders as well that are some of the best in the world. They've got a great team. That's why they're third in the league. That's why they're right behind Barcelona and Real Madrid.
En el fútbol se han dado situaciones de equipos más modestos de poder ganar a
But that is what football's all about. The underdog rising up and beating the favourite, who is the rival that day.
Girona, que se estaba jugando el descenso como nosotros, pero luego eran Las Palmas Córdoba, que fueron los que promocionaron, y Las Palmas venía como un poco el coco de la categoría y les ganamos 2-0 en casa. Y
I remember matches between teams that were also nearly in the drop zone, such as Granada, Las Palmas of Gran Canaria, and Girona, for example, and then they managed to pull it out of the bag at the end of the season and save themselves.
Es un jugador encima que recordamos que está cedido, pero al final que la gente vea que los que juegan lo den todo, ¿no?
And of course, you know, we've been talking a lot about Pablo Maffeo, who's clearly a very well-loved player on the island. But it is very important to point out that they do leave everything for every match, and they leave everything on the pitch. Yeah, I mean, it is about bringing your best to the pitch that day. You know, if you know how to play the violin or the drums, then play the violin or the drums on the pitch. Anything to help the team win.
A mí la gente me quiere mucho. Y me ha querido mucho porque me he sentido mallorquín, porque he defendido el brazalete y el escudo como un mallorquín y mallorquinista más.
I mean, as a player myself, I was very well liked, and I always felt a lot of love from the fans. I felt Mallorcan because I felt the colours, and I felt the armband that I was wearing for the team, and I'll never forget the support that I received.
Yo creo que siempre hay que exigir al futbolista que se deje el alma en el campo.
So I think you've always got to expect the football player to leave everything on the pitch. And today you've just got to bring that extra bit out of the bag to avoid the drop zone. So thank you very much for this interview and thank you for talking to us today.
Terminamos esta noche celebrando la victoria del Mallorca.
Eso esperamos, eso esperamos. Muchas gracias.
Hopefully we'll see each other later celebrating a victory.
Bueno, pues hasta aquí, Javier Olaizola lo ha dicho, me he tropezado solo, pero al final porque daba el 200%, no más. Incluso el antiguo capitán del Mallorca, y nos vamos a ir hacia otra vez, hacia el estadio Ramón Sánchez Pizjuán para conocer el 11
saying that he always gave 200% on the pitch, and we're going to go to the stadium once again to our colleague Daniel Jacoba.
Tiene pólvora desde la portería hasta arriba,
And yes, as we can see, Seville is already warming up now, and we know that they do have real ammunition right from the goal up until the strikers. It's very nice to hear that ex-Mallorca player and captain there. He really was a player that left everything on the pitch.
Y terminaba jugando él, porque era un auténtico crack que lo daba todo y lo que transmitía, ¿no? Sobre todo, y eso es lo que tienen que hacer los jugadores de Mallorca, que no dudo que lo hagan, que lo hacen en cada partido, pero quizá en esta recta final de estos tres últimos partidos pues dar un poquito más, ¿no? Dar el 200% porque es lo que necesita el Mallorca para intentar
And yes, maybe that is exactly what Mallorca needs today, for the players to go and give that extra 110% on the pitch today.
Vamos con el 11 del Sevilla, que pues sale con jugadores con muchísima calidad. Va a estar Bono en la portería, esa defensa de 4
So
con
for Seville today we've got Bono in goal.
Con, bueno, pues uno de los clásicos, ¿no?, del fútbol español, con Jesús Navas en ese
Jesus Navas
derecho,
on the right wing.
Que son dos auténticas torres, un muro como Diego Carlos y Koundé. Vámonos al centro del campo, donde hay esa línea de 3 futbolistas con el Papu Gómez más
line of 3 with Papu Gómez,
Joan Jordan en esa banda derecha, y en el centro del campo
Jordan on the right and Goudet in the center, and then the trio of strikers today.
Lamela en el otro costado, y el 9 de
Lamela, Decatito, and in the center, Rafa Mir.
Pues este es el 11 del Sevilla,
so strong starting lineup there for Seville today. That's their starting 11.
El Mallorca, para intentar evitarlo, el Mallorca con ganas de sumar pues esta victoria. Pues aquí estamos en el césped, veo pues que sigue ese
And that is what they're going to be putting out to try and prevent Mallorca from taking 3 points today. It's a strong contending side.
El banquillo del Real Mallorca, Sergio Rico, que recordemos que evidentemente pues salió de aquí del Sevilla.
So you can see the goalkeepers there concretely right now. Sergio Rico in goal, who is going to be the on the bench today. He's going to be the reserve goalkeeper, and we're just hearing the Seville players enter the pitch now to begin their warm-up.
Va a comenzar. Yo me voy a buscar mi posición en la cabina de comentaristas.
So warm-up is beginning. I'm going to go and take my position in my commentating box.
36, solo 3 para que esto se acabe. El Mallorca, que quiere seguir con vida. Venga, chicos, que vamos a ganar.
Bueno, esto, confianza, de Nadia Marjacova también, bien, como se agrada, que nos transmitan buenas vibraciones desde ahí, desde el campo, desde Sevilla. Bé, anant per parts, primero Olaizola, bien, imagino que per tu va ser un referent, no? Jugador,
so I guess Biel, for you, Olaizola, who we were talking to earlier, was a role model.
I sobretot ho ha dit ell, que s'ho deixava tot en el camp.
And as he said, he left everything on the pitch.
He vist vídeos i de més, era una barbaritat com corria.
I was looking at some videos of him when he was young, and he really did give it his all. Yeah, I mean, he was an idol and an icon for many of the fans and many players. I think you don't gain the love of the Mallorca fans just because, so you've got to do something right.
Afició, que va fer una gran trajectòria aquí a una podolada del Mallorca, i ojalà que tornem a veure una època d'aquestes, no? Per això és tan important ara treure...
And he was in Mallorca at a very good point in its history, and we would love to see that kind of point in history again for the club.
Ya tenim jugadors del Mallorca calentando ya sobre el césped del Ramón Sánchez Pizjuán.
We are seeing some live images there of the players warming up in the stadium here in Seville. So something that is always striking about Mallorca is that absolutely everybody, all the players, warm up on the pitch.
Sí, això són qüestions molt personals, cada entrenador té les seves...
Yeah, of course, they are really, really personal issues.
Jo, com a jugador, he experimentat de tot tipus. Hi ha jugadors també que els agrada...
As a player, I've seen a bit of everything, really. You know, if you're on the bench, sometimes you did go on the pitch, other times you stayed in your ranks.
Crec que moltes formes diferents d'encadentir els jugadors.
I think there are so many ways of warming up nowadays.
I bueno, sempre és positiu per l'equipo veure que estan tots junts i que comparteixen.
And it's always really positive for the team to see that they're all together, and I think it gives a big sense of unity.
De serietat que tenen tots, m'he quedat una mica en blanc tot jo, perquè el saber tan seriosos, tan concentrats, que bueno, això és bo, no? Això és algo positiu, que tothom estigui enxufat, que tothom ho tingui clar, i sobretot aquests moments, ara parlant en Rai, jo també estava parlant per allà en Salva Sevilla, tots motivant-se una miqueta, sobretot per aconseguir sortir enxufat des del primer minut i no rebre tan ràpid, no? Com va passar, per exemple, el dia del Granada, no? Que els primers minuts de la primera part és vera que varen tenir l'ataque Kubo, però tot d'una se va avançar l'equip.
Yeah, we are looking at these images of the team warming up, and hopefully today, when the match begins, we won't let the other team get ahead of us at any point or quickly. and we won't give away any possession in the first minute of the match.
Estar concentrat en 90 i pico de minuts que duri el partit. Un descuido pot significar un gol i la veritat és que tenir aquestes cares no te pot dir si és positiu o no, perquè al final el ben important per jo és trobar l'equilibri entre els nervis i la tensió.
So obviously, everybody looks very tense, very nervous, but we never know if that is a good thing or a bad thing. Of course, we always try and find a balance between nerves and confidence.
Siguin de concentració, de compromís i de confiança, sobretot.
I just hope that they are trust expressions, dedication expressions.
Que li juguin de tu a tu, que creguin en les seves possibilitats i que confien en que avui és possible treure un gran resultat.
Mira les cases. Ara justament m'han llevat les titulars. Aquí està en Russo, que també esperant la seva participació.
So Russo, obviously waiting for his participation in the game as well.
Aquests moviments d'escalfament. No ho hem comentat, Biel, però l'alineació del Sevilla. Ho han dit amb Noraizola, ho han dit amb Dani Barjakova. Noms de molt de perill, de moltíssima qualitat. Veiem aquí en el Papu Gómez, en Koundé. La veritat és que mirant-ho fan una mica de por,
Obviously, yeah, looking at these Seville players and recognizing so many important faces, it is pretty scary, pretty threatening.
Òbviament, la probabilitat és que jugadors d'aquest nivell te superin, però també hi ha un gran factor emocional, un gran factor de...
Of course, it is likely that players of this caliber sometimes are going to be better off than you.
És a Sevilla, és un grandíssim equip, probablement...
We know Seville is a great team.
Perquè tenen un pressupost que mos deu triplicar o inclús més.
Of course, they have a massive budget as well. But today is a league final for us.
Per poder sumar i tenir aquesta plaça de Champions i nosaltres no tenim aquesta...
But of course, they want to put the point on the board as well to get that Champions League spot, and we can't ignore that.
I això és el que confio jo veure avui.
Mira, precisament...
But I trust in what is going to be our performances today.
D'aquí, del RCD Mallorca Estadi, també he vist abans en Diego Carlos, Murici, que tindrà una bona lluita, una bona disputa.
Obviously, we know that looking at players such as Diego Carlos, we know that Murici is going to have a battle on his hands.
També veiem en Jesús Navas, mític jugador de primera divisió, ja consagradíssim en lateral, que imagino que també... Bé, tu vas arribar a jugar contra ell, sí, no? Imagino que sí.
Jo tenc la seva camiseta, sí, d'un dels primers partits que vaig anar convocant en el primer equip a Sevilla.
Yes, I actually do have Tracy's shirt from when I was playing, when I was in on the Madrid lineup, and I ended up keeping his shirt, yeah, when I played against him.
És un referent, és que estan xerrant de paraules majors, d'una llegenda de Sevilla i de la selecció espanyola.
He is a Seville legend, a Spanish selection legend.
Aquesta classe de jugadors tenen el seu dia. Serà molt complicat avui treure un punt o la victòria. Avui, per treure alguna cosa positiu, òbviament, els nostres jugadors han de tenir un gran rendiment i han de tenir l'esperança de que...
Our players are going to have to put on a great performance today if they want to match them.
I que nosaltres puguem tenir aquest avantatge, però si hem d'analitzar jugador per jugador, òbviament el Sevilla juga una altra lliga.
Sí, no, és que està clar, al final...
But of course, yeah, if we're being honest, if we look at it on paper, Seville seem like they're playing in another league.
Palabras mayores, és vera que en aquests darrers anys pues, ho han aconseguit sovint, però bueno, que al final sempre aconseguir-ho és algo que celebrar, i més pues, quedant en tercera posició, no? I a més ara també ens disputa...
No, of course, and they have a lot to celebrate this year. You know, they are at third in the league at the moment, and that is not achieved easily.
Pues algo per celebrar i que millor que aconseguir-ho davant la seva afició avui. Al final per ells també és un partit molt important, però claro, jo crec que avui podrien dir, bueno, lo dejamos para la última jornada, no? També que juguen a casa, que s'esperin allà, no?
Sí, a veure, aquí la diferència és que ells tenen 5 o 6 punts.
And the difference is that
ara poden demanar als companys si ens poden posar
with respect to Betis team,
que la tenien per allà preparada, l'estaven maquinant quan estaven per allà dalt i segur que me lo poden posar a un costat i poden fer les nostres matemàtiques.
It's hopefully that we will be able to just to put that to one side today and then focus on the results that come after the match.
Està ajustadito, eh?
Sí, 4 punts, queden després d'aquest partit 6, ostres, ha de guanyar 2 el Betis i el Sevilla no n'ha de guanyar cap,
Of course, we have to avoid that the teams that are around us
també anem a veure què passa a l'Atlètic de Madrid, que supos que per tema econòmic
put any more points on the board.
I de prèvies potser interessa més quedar tercer que quart, però sí, és un equip que està lluitant sempre per les posicions de dalt, juntament amb el Madrid, Barcelona i Atlètic.
But we know that Sevilla are always one of those teams that are always fighting for those top positions.
Que enguany han fet una temporada molt bona i al final això serra del nostre futbol i també ens posa un poc en perspectiva de lo complicada que és la primera divisió, no? Al final,
but I think all these kind of factors and these statistics put us into context of how difficult first division football in Spain is.
I òbviament nosaltres ho estem experimentant. No és fàcil per un recient ascendit, per competir amb aquesta classe d'equips, perquè partim amb desavantatges econòmiques, amb desavantatges de pressupost.
Of course, we have disadvantages when it comes to budget, when it comes to the amount of players that we have at our disposition.
A primera i pot acostar-nos a les avantatges que té aquesta classe d'equipos.
Claro, al final és el que té, és quedar-se a la primera divisió, no? La mejor liga del mundo, que diuen.
Of course, that is everybody's objective, to stay in first division in what many call the best league in the world.
Aquestes passades que fan normalment en parells els jugadors del Mallorca, queda ja molt poquet, 24 minuts perquè rodi la pilota.
So just 24 minutes now until kick-off time.
Sempre ho pens, quan comencen a escalfar i comencen a fer exercicis.
And Biel, I do always think when they do start warming up, I always think ours look great and they look well prepared and they look like they really are putting on a good performance. And we just got to focus on today's match, which is 3 really important points.
A veure, avui guanyam, estan salvats 100%. Estic convençut.
I mean, if we win today, then I'm convinced that we're going to save ourselves.
Brutal, contra un rival grandíssim fora de camp.
That would be a complete change in dynamic. It would be a win against an enormous rival.
I tocaria veure-se ben clar quin és l'equip que se juga la vida, no? Això no en tinc cap dubte. Ojalà que estiguem en aquest cas.
And then we'd be up against 2 teams then that have absolutely nothing to play for right now because they're comfortable in the middle of the leaderboard.
I que guanyant en el Rayo tornen a passar, perquè no hem d'oblidar que juguen contra el Real Madrid, que a pesar que no se jugui res, és un equip amb una plantilla bestial i que intentaran rendir bé per arribar a la final. Per tant, poden passar moltes coses, queda moltíssim.
Of course, there's still a long way to go in the sense that there are many teams to play against each other, which makes all the difference to the leaderboard all the time.
Però des de luego, passi el que passi, no és definitiu.
Ja t'anava a dir, el meu cor no sé si està...
But as I say, whatever happens today, it's not the end.
Que ja deuen dir... Tu ho mos han ficat,
Sí, la veritat és que la salut sempre...
Of course, there are many Mallorca fans that must think, what have we gotten ourselves into this season now with a match like this?
Si qualcú té problemes de cor, que vegi el partit en diferit i se llevi aquesta tensió, perquè...
But yeah, no, of course, I do have to say that I do recommend anybody with a nervous disposition not to be a Mallorca fan and not to watch the matches live, because it always does seem like it's a battle right up until the end.
I la veritat és que és un poc trist veure que la gent sofreix.
It is sad to see how people sometimes suffer in Mallorca matches, but it is what it is. Those who are ready to suffer will be there from start to finish. Those who have abandoned ship will obviously just remain there, and they'll be kind of watching with one eye shut.
No demanen cap autògrafo, ningú coneix i quan juga tothom li fa la pilota, no? Això crec que és un reflex de la vida mateixa, quan un li van bé sempre...
But I think, something about football which is reflected in life itself is that when a team is doing well, then obviously they're everybody's best friend, and when a team is struggling, then everybody criticizes them and turns their back to them.
I jo he viscut en primera persona a Mallorca i l'afició bona sempre ha estat en els pitjors moments. Després, òbviament, quan les coses van bé, si estiguessin jugant molts descens de segona a primera, ja van voler l'any passat, no? No faltaven entrades, tothom volia entrades. Ara hem de veure si
there were, obviously previous seasons when we were in second division, nobody wanted tickets to the stadium. Now this year, everybody's been wanting tickets. So it's just swings and roundabouts in this game, and we do know that. I'm convinced that there is still a chance. And I think that even if it's not a possibility in the end, then everybody's got to leave with their head held really high. So yeah, there is 2 matches still left after this one where everybody is going to give their 100%. And we're going to go to a second quick ad break as the players finish their warm-ups, and then we'll be back with you very soon to hand it over to our colleague Dani Rajagoa, who's going to be handling the commentating for us today. So we'll see you then.
Bienvenido a bordo. Déjate llevar por la compañía española con la que vuelan cada año más de 10 millones de pasajeros a más de 50 destinos en todo el mundo. Disfruta de la unión entre tecnología y confort que ofrecemos en nuestra renovada flota de aviones. Nos gustará verte pronto, muy pronto. Air Europa, cada detalle cuenta.
És el meu cor malferit que demana acció.
Un amor sense barreres davant meu ha cobrat vida.
Ja aviam què passa, ja aviam què passa. No sé què passa, ni per què passa, però sempre em passa.
Grupo Escribano. Somos especialistas en reformas y fachadas. Financia ahora el 100% y paga en 12 meses sin intereses. Para importes desde 200 euros hasta 200.000 euros. 0% TAE. Grupo Escribano.
Qué bonito, el Sánchez Pizjuán aquí ya se están llenando las gradas.
So the stadium is looking great as it is slowly filling up with fans.
Pese a ser miércoles, la gente está con ganas, la gente.
Despite the fact that it is Wednesday, we can see that everybody is very excited.
De esta última pausa para la publicidad, hemos bebido un poco de agua, hemos cargado las gargantas.
Of course, we have got our throats ready now to be able to commentate for the full 90 minutes. We've also been having a bite to eat and a drink of water to make sure that our energy levels remain up.
Por este escudo, los que van a intentar pues darlo todo y sobre todo pues conseguir algo positivo de este campo, de este partido.
Involved in the Mallorca team today, desperately trying to get something positive out of this match.
Pero una victoria nos sacaría al menos pues un día. Esperando a lo que haga el Cádiz mañana en Anoeta, en el campo de la Real Sociedad. Tenemos ahí a Manolo Reina haciendo los últimos ejercicios, también a los jugadores. I res, Biel, queda poquet, i jo ja en ganes de que comenci el partit i sobretot una mica el que deu demandar tothom, és veure l'actitud i les ganes de la gent.
Sí, la veritat és que ja se noten els nervis, la tensió. Havíem jugat molt, hem comentat antes, sofrirem.
And yes, as we were saying before, we know that we are going to be suffering today, but that's what the doctor ordered for today at the end of the day. It's time to put in the extra effort. But I insist it's them that need to believe it, and it's them that need to prove it to themselves.
D'aquests records vintage que ens fan també somriure una miqueta. Aquest partit que se va fer l'any 2010-2011.
So, looking at some images here from the 2011-2012 season match between Mallorca and Seville. There were 2 goals from Mallorca in that match.
Mític jugador del Mallorca.
Pereira scoring 1.
Estaves aquí, no? Estaves per aquí, no?
Sí.
And Biel, you were around here at that time?
Vas aquí on te van donar les camisetes de Navas?
Sí.
Yes, it was actually in this match where I got Navas's t-shirt.
Sí que són, com a personal, me donen moltes vivències i experiències passades.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of match gives me, brings back a lot of memories.
És un camp complicat i amb una afició espectacular.
We know it is a difficult pitch, difficult atmosphere.
Mira, Luis Fabiano va ser l'encarregat d'empatar el partit en els 88, però...
Fabiano there was equalised for Seville in the 88th minute.
Que va aconseguir marcar el gol de la victòria, recordàvem.
And then Pele Huevo there, who scored the victory goal for Mallorca. 10 years ago, of course.
També, que m'ho facin sofrir una mica menys, però bueno, això ja...
So of course we would love to not suffer quite as much as we did that day today.
Uy, bien, lo firmamos con sangre,
But yeah, you know, a 1-2 today, that would be great. That would be a fantastic result for us.
Però així com estan les coses, un empat crec que també seria positiu per l'equipo, per jugadors, per míster i també per l'afició per veure que s'ha puntuat.
Yeah, I think a 1-2 would be great, but also a draw would be good for morale too, and good for the team and good for the coach.
Dani, jo imagino que veus moltes camisetes del Sevilla, però alguna del Mallorqueta ja la diferencies bé, no?
¿Qué tal, Esteban? Bueno, más que nada porque como el estadio es completamente rojo, pues me creo que todos son del Mallorca.
So of course, I always, every time I look at the stadium, I keep thinking that everybody is a Mallorca fan because, of course, the whole stadium is red and everybody's in red shirts.
Retiraron todos los jugadores, también los suplentes, ¿no? Que se habían quedado más rezagados tocando un poquito más de
So the players have now retired from the pitch. They're in the changing rooms, no doubt having some very, very intense pep talks. Maurici was the last to exit the pitch. He was there polishing his striking skills.
Es verdad que ha hecho mucho calor también durante el día. Es verdad que ahora la temperatura pues se ha
It has been a very warm day today. It's quite mild now.
Estamos muy bien, pero sí que ha hecho mucho calor. Sí, nos cuidan bien aquí el Sevilla y queremos volver, queremos volver.
We are being very well looked after in this commentating box here in this stadium, and we would love to come back. Of course, we would love to remain here and be able to come back next season playing again.
18 están también aquí pues los operarios trabajando y poniéndolo todo a punto para cumplir con las exigencias de la UEFA, ¿no? Para vivir pues una final europea, ¿no? El próximo, como digo, 18, que van a disputar, si mal no recuerdo, el Eintracht de Frankfurt, que eliminó al Barça, ¿no? Que lo dejó por el camino. Y no me acuerdo.
Y el Rangers, ¿no?
¿Cuál es? Y el Rangers, correcto, sí, que vuelven a
Of course, everything is starting to get ready in case they are able to get to the Champions League position.
Pero bueno, se nos queda un poquito más lejos. Nos están anunciando ahora por la megafonía del estadio y por los videomarcadores el 11 del Real Mallorca con una foto de Javier Aguirre que habrán sacado,
they are now
pues no sé, de los archivos porque
announcing the Mallorca lineup on the megaphone here in the stadium alongside a picture of Javier Aguirre, which they must have brought out of the archives because he looks a lot younger than he does in person.
Con Manolo Reina, el capitán, que recupera ese brazalete y que vuelve al 11 titular con
Just to remind you of our starting lineup today, we have Manolo Reina in goal, putting back that captain's bracelet on. And we've got Martin Belgent and Antonio Raello in the centre, Pablo Maffeo on the right wing, Brennan Levan and Jaume Costa on the left wing.
Un poquito más a la derecha con Antonio Sánchez, con Battaglia por delante de la defensa.
Midfield today is for Antonio Sánchez, Sevilla and Battaglia, and then up top striking for me today are Maurici and Angel. Of course, it's clear that what the aim is to keep things nice and safe on the back. Just going through Seville's lineup once again. With Rafa Mir, Magin Mir's son, who was a Mallorca player. Rafa Mir is not Mallorcan, by the way, just to point that out. He is from Murcia. Of course, we always like to semi-adopt players, always and whenever we can. And yes, he will be striking in the centre for Seville today.
Hernández, árbitro del Comité Canario, no hemos ganado con él, hoy es un buen día para hacerlo.
So Hernandez is refereeing today. We haven't won yet with him as referee. Today would be a good day to do that.
Del Comité Catalán y Alberola Rojas, el castellano manchego. Así que, bueno, pues esta es la alineación. Así se presenta este partido para el Real Mallorca. Oye, por cierto, ¿cómo están los resultados? ¿No? Me parece que el Alavés estaba empatando con el Español.
No sé. So we think at the moment, as we speak, Alavés.
Me parece un resultado fantástico para el Mallorca. Que vaya ganando el Alavés, que va a jugar la última jornada con el Cádiz y todo lo que sea que el Alavés llegue con vida a la última jornada, yo creo que nos beneficia. Otra cosa es, evidentemente, tenemos que ganar nuestros partidos. El primero en el día de hoy.
Of course, Alavés versus Español. Alavés is now winning because Español have had one player sent off, expelled from the pitch, and that is good news for us because their last match is against Cadiz, and anything that means that Alavés will reach the last leg of the league still in the game is good news for us. Of course, always considering that we win our own matches.
De sortir sempre i quan el Cádiz no tregui els seus resultats. Òbviament sí treu resultats, però sí que crec que és positiu que l'Alavés sumi i se ferri un poc en aquesta lluita
Yeah, of course, I do think that it could be positive for Alaves to get points and to approach the battle with Cádiz.
Con la calculadora y con los resultados al rojo vivo, tanto el domingo aquí en el Vichy Mallorca Estadio como de aquí una semana en Osasuna. Tendré aquí el teléfono y el ordenador ardiendo.
Ojalá que evidentemente haguem de treure aquesta calculadora. A ver, la realidad, y yo estoy muy de acuerdo.
So of course we do hope that things go our way to the point in which we have to bring out the calculators and start adding things up for the end of the season. That would be a great end to the league for us.
Jugar en casa ante el Rayo Vallecano, que ya está salvado, que no digo ni mucho menos ni que se deje ganar ni que venga de vacaciones, pero yo creo que se tiene que notar, ¿no? Que un equipo se esté jugando la vida y que el otro no se esté jugando nada, ¿no? Por tanto, yo doy por hecho que vamos a ganar las dos últimas jornadas. Si no la ganamos, pues
of course, I think it's definitely going to speak for itself when there's a team that is playing for its life and there's two teams that aren't playing for anything. So I'm already 100% confident that we're going to be winning the last two matches. So today is the day that we need to buck our ideas up. We need to come onto the pitch fully charged and beat this Seville team. So the logo all over the stadium here is don't give up. So that is exactly what needs to happen. So that's going to be our motto today as well, not only Seville's.
Así que nada, pues en breve, ¿no? Veo que poquito a poco hay gente que va tomando posiciones en los banquillos. Veo ahora a Don
So still players taking their positions in the on the bench. Kangini having a drink of water before the match begins.
Pues poquito a poco van a ir compareciendo los 22 protagonistas, como digo, os comentaba antes, de momento con poquito ambiente aquí en Sevilla, bueno, poquito ambiente, hay bastante.
So as I say, at the moment, not a massive atmosphere in this stadium. It's nowhere near full capacity. Understandable, of course, it is a weeknight evening match. However, this is an incredible stadium to be in. And hopefully that will spur us on even more to put on a good match today.
Las tengo, bueno, 95, Ushon Repos, molto bien, 99,
So yeah, we're checking our heartbeats, our heart rates again like we did last week, and it's yeah, it's looking pretty nerve-wracking again. However, I do feel calmer today than I did last Saturday. I think we have more to gain than we have to lose today.
Així que estic tranquil perquè crec que els jugadors avui tenen moltes ganes de tornar a recuperar bones sensacions.
So yes, I'm calm because I think the players will have a really massive eagerness to recover what they lost on Saturday and put on a really brave face and a good image.
Saben, òbviament, que Granada va guanyar i que si no puntuen i demà el Cádiz puntua, se complicarà la cosa.
Bueno, pues salen ya los protagonistas al césped, la gente en pie aquí en el Ramón Sánchez.
So the players are walking into the center of the pitch now. Manolo Reina approaches the center point with his captain's band on once again.
En breve se saludarán. Suena el himno del Sevilla. No sé si tenéis la imagen.
Seville's anthem is being played at the moment. Unfortunately, we don't have images of the stadium live for you yet.
Como me gusta a mí enviar WhatsApp, pues dejarme llevar un poquito por el ambiente, ¿no? Que no puedo escuchar del todo al 100%, pero bueno, sonando el himno del Sevilla, la gente cantándolo aquí de manera unísona, se saludan ya.
Of course, anthem being sung in unison by the fans in the stadium. Greetings now between players of both teams. Official photograph.
Dentro del vestuario que siempre evidentemente ha seguido haciendo juego Manolo Reina con esos gritos de ganar, ganar y ganar. Preparado ya el equipo para esa
The typical chant of the Mallorca players happening. So of course it's all about enjoying the atmosphere of the stadium as well, and hope to enjoy it for the next 90 minutes. And it is obviously an iconic stadium to be in. Reina awaiting Jesus Navas, Seville captain, to approach him in the centre of the pitch as well. Yes, Jesus Navas, who does not look a day older than when he started his footballing career. Yes, he does have the face of a youngster.
Bueno, pues ahí está en la piña de los jugadores del Real Mallorca, el abrazo también de los árbitros que se deseaban suerte.
There we go, embrace as well between the referees, wishing everybody involved luck for the match. So 22 protagonists are there, ready to start. Seville has won the coin toss, so they are going to have the first touch on the ball. Rafa Mir just checking the ball there. So 36th leg of the league today, the one in which hope needs to be restored as well as faith in the team. Goudet is there with Rafa Mir in the central circle. And there we go, the match is underway. Sevilla in possession, playing in defence. Starting play from further back today. Diego Carlos and Acuña. Jesus Navas and Kunde in possession.
El Sevilla por esta parte izquierda, Acuña que levanta la cabeza, va a preparar el centro, la pone por abajo. Ha venido a recibir ahora el Papu Gómez, reclamaba la falta.
Papu Gómez is there trying to receive the ball.
Cuidado que recupera, se la lleva Juan Jordán, le pega directamente fuera, muy desviado. Afortunadamente no le enganchó bien el jugador del Sevilla en el primer acercamiento, en el minuto del encuentro.
First approach to the goal there, but off target luckily.
Ahora Javier Aguirre hablando con Pablo Mafeo, diciéndole alguna cosa. Uy, el técnico mexicano, por cierto, en chándal, ¿no? Vamos a ver también.
Javier Aguirre, wearing a tracksuit today, by the way, approaches Pablo Mafeo.
Podemos cambiar la suerte del equipo.
No doubt giving some welcome instructions.
Y bueno, Biel, no sé quién guió esperas en aquest primer minut, s'imagina que el Sevilla està clar, no? Que voldrà tenir...
So Biel, what are you expecting in this first couple of minutes of the match?
Quin partit esperes, el Manco, en aquest primer quartet d'hora?
Bueno, crec que aquest primer minut és un poc el reflexe del que veurem en la major part del temps. Espero equivocar-me i veure com el Mallorca a poc va agafant més protagonisme en la pilota.
I think we're seeing a reflection of what we expected, which is that Seville would start with possession, but that Mallorca is going to build possession up as the match goes along.
Defensiu, ben juntadet, intentant evitar que hi hagi espai entre línies i intentant generar el menys possible un Sevilla en grandíssims jugadors, no?
Got to try and prevent gaps for the Seville players to work through.
Manolo Reina que sale y atrapa ahí con poderío lanzándose al césped en estos primeros 2 minutos y medio de la primera parte con empate a 0 en el marcador aquí en
Sevilla. So 0-0 here in Seville, but full possession for Seville at the moment.
Para que se peleen Murici, también Ángel. El balón que vuela alto hacia el Kosovar. El balón que se pasea, Ángel que se cae al suelo, le cae el disparo fuera.
Ángel goes down. Antonio Sanchez shoots but misses.
Portería, yo creo que hubiera sorprendido a Bono, a la portero del Sevilla. Ese balón que
That definitely surprised the Seville goalkeeper Bono there.
Aquesta imatge, aquest xut, però bueno, si levantes 3 pals,
sí, ja l'he vist.
Bono no estava molt atent, crec.
Yes, if that had been slightly better angled, that would have definitely gone in because the goalkeeper was not expecting that.
Dos equips tenen moments, fases positives amb més domini i fases de sofrir. Crec que en aquest partit tindrem fases moltes de sofrir, però també tenen la nostra oportunitat, no? Estan veient com d'un equip...
Yes, and I do think that even though we're going to have times of intense suffering in this match, we are going to see opportunities for us too.
Un partit de futbol en qüestió de segons pot canviar tot. Crec que és una cosa positiva.
And we know that in top tier football, in any match, things can change in a matter of seconds.
Recupera la pelota el Mallorca, la recupera en defensa, salva Sevilla que ya la conduce, la pone a la derecha para Pablo Maffeo que prepara el centro, ahí está.
Pablo Maffeo is preparing his central pass here.
El Papu Gómez ayudando también en defensa, el balón arriba buscando aquí a Tecatito, la falta de...
Stolen by Seville now, foul by Martin Valgent.
Lo hizo de manera ilegal, así que va a ser balón para el Sevilla, esto sí en...
So the ball goes to Seville. Acuña puts the ball back in play very quickly there in the middle of the field.
Ahí está en cortito con Gudey. La triangulación del Sevilla en el centro del campo. De nuevo Gudey la pone para el central. Toca de primeras Diego Carlos. Aparece de nuevo Acuña. Este combinando con Gudey, de nuevo Acuña, el argentino que gana metros, le persigue Murici, no hay que hacer falta aquí.
Murici tailing the Seville players, he can't foul him right now. The ball is going to go to a throw-in. Acuña is going to take it. Tecatito asks for the ball.
La va a disputar Jaume Costa que pone la cabeza, le cae a Koundé, la pone por abajo al pasto para Juan Jordán. En cortito aquí está el jugador, ese balón dividido.
Short passes for Seville.
Que se la quita de encima. El balonazo a la cabeza de Diego Carlos, vuelta a empezar para el Sevilla, que efectivament Biel, de moment és pilota en aquest partit.
Sí, crec que és lo lògic i el que esperaven tots. És un equip dominador amb una qualitat molt alta, ho diu la classificació, no ho deim nosaltres. Crec que serà un partit on la solidaritat serà fonamental, el compromís dels jugadors, s'haurà de sofrir en molts moments, però el partit d'aquest estil a vegades sofreixes, després una jugada i ja tens teva ocasió i t'endures 3 punts, no?
Of course, even though it is going to be very, very difficult for the players, there are always those possible moments in which the players might let down their guard, or we might find somewhere to move through, and that might be our golden ticket to approach the goal and manage to score.
Intentaba una aproximación en Mallorca por esa parte izquierda, pero recuperó el Sevilla, que ya vuelve a insistir.
So Seville is back in possession and they are insisting once again now.
Juan Jordán, círculo en zona de 3/4, zona de izquierda para Acuña, el argentino que la pone, el remate fuera la tuvo. Rafa Mir la tuvo el Sevilla, había fuera.
Rafa Mir shoots there and defended and then on the rebound, but luckily misses, but that was a clear opportunity there for Seville.
Con la cabeza Rafa Mir, ese balón que encontró los 3 palos, pero como digo, había levantado la...
Rafa Mir shoots there, but luckily it found the post.
En cualquier caso estaba invalidada, pero bueno, un sustito que nos ha dado ahí el Sevilla.
In any case, it would have been disallowed, we've just seen, but that is definitely the first scare from Seville.
No sé, compañeros, si me puedes subir un poquito el retorno que no tengo de nuestra cámara y así puedes escuchar un poquito lo que está pasando sobre el terreno del juego. La pone en largo ahora Manolo Reina, se queja ahí de una falta.
So long pass from Manolo Reina. Murici goes down to the ground.
La pone atrás para Martin Valgent. Ahí está perfecto.
Pablo Maffeo passes back to Martin Valgent.
Rayo atrás con su portero, con
Murici is back up. Angel is there. He takes the ball away with him. Murici's not there in time, but he does fight there, and he did enter the battle, so it's going to be a throw-in. There's a throw-in for Seville, and it's going to be Jesus Navas, Seville captain, who takes it. Passes over to Diego Carlos. Jaume Costa runs from the other side of the pitch to prevent that action. He's going to have to run all the way back now. The ball is for Jordan, finding Jesus Navas once again. Passes over to Jordan. This is a dangerous one. Good defense work from Battaglia, cutting across. Papu Gomez ready.
Con todo el mundo metido en su área. Ahí está ese balón buscando la frontal pequeña y salvó. Salva Sevilla bajo palos. Ha salvado, salva Sevilla ese balón que ya entraba.
And there was a shot at goal there, and Salva Sevilla defended that there, saved by Salva Sevilla. Manolo Reina went for it, tried to stop that ball, but then on the rebound, there was another shot, and luckily Salva Sevilla was there to save it. There's a foul there in favour of Mallorca. Yes, that was a marking error from Battaglia there. Of course, it's very frustrating to see these kind of mistakes and situations, especially in the 10th minute of the match. You know, you've got to be dedicated, you've got to be honest, you've got to be humble.
Bueno, pues vuelve a insistir el Sevilla por esta parte izquierda con Tecatito encarando ya a Pablo Mafeo. En cortito que juega
Tecatino. Papu Gomez now for Seville.
Tecatito a la izquierda para Cuña. La pone primeras por abajo. Battaglia de nuevo. Para atajar el peligro va a ser saque de esquina el segundo.
Battaglia once again. And it's going to be a corner now for Seville from the other side. And it does seem like Seville are starting to press on the accelerator.
I com han dit antes, no? Tots ho sabíem, seria un partit de sofrir, de tenir pocs moments al baló i sobretot de fer molta feina de defensa. Esperem que estiguem molt concentrats i no els hi donem facilitat i evitar qualsevol tipus de corners que són perillosos.
We have to try and avoid any types of corners that could be dangerous for us. Seville insisting once again now. They found a gap through now, Seville, and they're on the attack. Luckily there was nobody there to receive the ball. Antonio Sanchez takes the ball. Over to Jaume Costa. Battaglia tries to break away. Lots of struggles there. Salva Sevilla too. And there's a foul there. The referee whistled it, so the ball is going to go to Mallorca. So that is a bit of a nervous moment there. Lots of tension.
Aprovechar el Sevilla, ahora veíamos a Javier Aguirre animando a los suyos, también Martín Vallen. La veritat és que ara ens estan creant molt de perill, Biel.
Sí, és complicat, no? Venir d'una derrota tan dura dins que teva, en el que s'estaven jugant, òbviament a nivell...
Yeah, of course, it's very difficult to come from a defeat at home. It's normal to have those kind of nerves and pressure. but it's important for them to take that pressure and that fear off them. I'm worried about marking errors, of course, because it's more than a question of talent. That's a question of hard work and concentration. Ángel has the ball. So it seemed the ball was there for the taking, but now it seems that there's going to be a foul. Ángel fouled the Seville player first, Diego Carlos, but then he was fouled back, but of course the referee saw his foul first.
Una falta discutible. La pot pitar, però també no la podria pitar. Al final ha decidit prendre aquesta decisió i bueno, seguir remant, però tu, me pegaràs un bon susto, ja aquí s'està...
Obviously, yeah, it's one of those things this time we can't say anything else about it, but yeah, one of these days I'm going to have a heart attack when you make those sudden breaks in the commentary.
Set habitual donde están narrando el partido. Yo estoy en el campo y, bueno, lo que siempre comentamos, ¿no? Pero que quizá muchos no tienen en cuenta, ellos ven el partido con unos segundos de retraso respecto de lo que está pasando en directo, que lo veo yo. Y claro, pues
of course, one thing to point out is, of course, that our colleagues that are in the Mallorca stadium always, of course, are watching with a second or two delay with respect to me. So it is always it's always an intense moment when Mallorca are near the goal, because they know that I'm going to be faster than them reporting. So long pass from Manolo Reina looking for Pablo Maffeo. He did get an elbow there. The referee is saying that there's no foul, but the ball is going to go to Mallorca. It is true that at the moment, 15 minutes on the clock, Seville have had one or two important opportunities. Jesus Navas, the Seville player, is down, the captain. He does look like he might be injured. Play is paused at the moment as they've asked for medical assistance. Olivan and Raillo speaking, Bataglia and Salva Sevilla also maintaining a conversation.
Quartet d'hora, minut 16, minut d'Antonio Puerta, aplaudiments d'aquí al Sánchez Pizjuán. Com ho veus?
Bueno, la veritat és que crec que pauses molt favoreixen. Era normal que Sevilla sortís d'entrar un...
Well, I do think that pauses of this kind are beneficial for us. I think that slows Seville's rhythm down, of course.
Una ocasió claríssima i ara pues tocarà seguir sofrint, intentant créixer un poquet...
Now we are going to have to just keep on suffering. Try and increase possession a bit. Of course, now it's a comfortable kind of possession, but if their possession starts to be in our goal-scoring area, it's not going to be as pleasant for us.
Bueno, pues devuelve la pelota el Sevilla al Mallorca. Se aplaude también este gesto. Se interesaba Jaume Costa, ¿no? En el estado.
Seville returns the ball to Mallorca now. Jaume Costa, after colliding with Jesus Navas, goes over and checks that he is okay.
Poner de nuevo el balón en movimiento. Poquito a poco va cayendo la noche aquí en Sevilla.
As night begins to fall here in Seville. Jaume Costa is going to take this throw in. He's looking for Marici. Koundé steals it and passes it back to his goalkeeper. Over to Acuña. Goes left with Tecatito. Back to Acuña. Still in Seville territory. Diego Carlos. He's got Salva Sevilla ahead of him though. He's trying to look for the best option to pass, but he's not sure, so he passes backwards once again. Back to Diego Carlos in the central circle. And in these last couple of minutes, Mallorca definitely seem in control and closed off on the defence.
Per tant, tot el que sigui desesperar en el Sevilla és molt positiu per nosaltres, no? Si venen nervis se precipitaran, prendran decisions errònies, és fonamental que estiguem ben juntes.
Of course, this is good for us to put pressure on Sevilla in this way, though, because when pressure is on, that is when mistakes are made or hasty decisions are made, and those are all things that would greatly benefit us.
Eso sí, Jesús Navas que la pone largo, queda corto, cae el balón a Oliván que juega rápidamente con Salva Sevilla, filtraba el pase buscando a Antonio Sánchez, se ha precipitado un poquito aquí, Salva Sevilla, sacará de banda y saca ya rápidamente el Sevilla, Koundé, presiona a Muriqui, el balón para Bono, un fallo ahí puede ser criminal para el equipo de Lopetegui.
Pressure there from Muriqui.
Le cae la pelota al Tecatito, muy lejos en cualquier caso de su área de influencia.
Seville still in possession, pretty far away from their influence place at the moment. Jaume Costa gets a head in.
Sí, òbviament és positiu que el balon estigui a la part defensiva de Sevilla, amb una pressió bona.
Of course, anything that means that the ball remains in Seville's half of the pitch is good news for us.
Que els jugadors intentin disfrutar. A pesar de la situació difícil i complicada, si volen jugar bé necessiten disfrutar, no? Perquè fer una cosa amb aquest grau de tensió és complicat. Ja hem vist un parell de fallos de precipitació que és degut a els nervis i a la pressió.
And as we've been saying at the moment, we have seen a couple of mistakes that have been made, no doubt because of hastiness and rushing.
Juega el Sevilla, juega Gudey, zona de 3/4, la pone ya buscando arriba, Jordán, la Mela también que la termina perdiendo, dice el árbitro que había falta.
So Seville still in possession with Jordán and La Mela.
Balón centrado en zona de 3/4, le pide disculpas ya el jugador argentino Mallorca. Va a ser por tanto balón para el Sevilla.
After a shove from behind from Bataglia, there's an apology from the Argentinian Mallorca player, and the ball goes back to Seville.
Y la va a poner Jordán. Está Gudey también al lado de la pelota. Vamos a ver la jugada.
Gudey also next to the ball.
Finalmente juegan para el Papu Gómez. Delante de Salva Sevilla, el Papu que le quiere pegar, está regateando, ahí está de nuevo, balón a la izquierda, llega Acuña, el lateral, prepara el centro, la pone con pierna izquierda.
Acuña is there, he shoots. La Acuña and luckily Muriqi there sends the ball into a corner for Seville, who went for it, threw himself towards the ball and became another defender.
Le dijo al Papu Gómez que no, que se fuera para el remate. Es el tercer córner del equipo de Lopetegui, que quiere volver a pisar el acelerador. Ese balón queda cortito, llega Martin Valgin que puede evitar de nuevo el saque de esquina.
Martin Valgin there once again, who can avoid the corner.
Jugando en cortito, círculo central para Navas.
Papu Gomez, short pass to Navas. Muriqi putting the pressure on. foul from Murici there, but the referee allows play to go on.
Navas con Diego Carlos. En cortito con Acuña. Y el argentino que se ve obligado a retrasar a su portero. Bono. Y ahora me fijaba, ¿no? En Pablo Maffeo, que le decía a los suyos: oye, salgamos un poquito, vayámonos un poquito adelante. Salgamos un poquito de la cueva. No és fàcil, Biel, però ho hem d'intentar. Fer una passeta en van.
Sí, òbviament que no és fàcil, però també t'he dit que és molt complicat aguantar 90 minuts defensant dins la teva àrea sense encaixar un gol, no? És més probable que se tingui un resultat positiu d'avui si pressionem a dalt i si intentem evitar que el Sevilla s'acosti a la nostra àrea, que si estem si a poc mos anem ficant.
Ojo Antonio, se va Antonio.
Antonio is running away with the ball now, snatched from him in the last moments, because that was really, really good performance there from Antonio Sanchez.
Yéndose completamente solo a la aventura en solitario y solo le faltó el último regate para.
Yes, he was there completely alone against any other perils there, but he only needed one last touch on the ball in order to be able to shoot towards the goal. So that is a big shame for him there. Maybe what he even needed was that bit more confidence to believe that he could take it all the way. I think also he was tired because he had been running for 100 meters down the pitch. But that's what we're all asking for the players to dare to do something else, something different. And Mallorca recovers the ball, and it's Murici along. Battaglia is going to shoot, and that's a save there. That was an opportunity for Mallorca, and it's going to be a corner for Mallorca. Murici was generous. I think he should have taken the opportunity there. He passed to Battaglia, who controlled the ball very, very well. Adjusted the ball with his left foot. And that was the opportunity there for Mallorca, the first clear chance for us in this match, the 25th minute. Salva Sevilla is going to take this corner now. Short pass to Olivan, back to Sevilla again. Bad kick there from Brian Olivan, frustration from Murici. And Seville is going to try and go on the counter-attack. Defending that from Pablo Maffeo, who sends it out. So a big chance there that we were not able to take advantage of. Yes, I mean, there's no doubt about it. In the last couple of matches, it's proving evident that we have struggled to take advantage of these opportunities that come our way. And of course, it's all about making the right decisions and choosing the right moments as well.
Bueno, pues la ha tenido Battaglia, la respuesta del Mallorca, esa oportunidad clarísima. Rafa Mir, la nuestra la tuvo Battaglia. Vuelve a peinar la Murici, que sigue ganándolas todas por arriba. Diego Carlos, que pone la cabeza.
Murici still in possession.
El balón para Bono. Balonazo largo, buscando aquí el Tecatito, la ventaja, poderoso Valgen por arriba. Llega Gudey, la baja Rafa Mir, le sale al paso Salva Sevilla, pero el delantero que consigue retrasar y ese balón que queda muerto. A ver si se puede echar Ángel, no.
Striker manages to pass, but is Ángel going to take it? No, he's not, and he loses the ball to Seville. Of course, Seville is very confident in their way of playing. However, we are seeing certain mistakes from the players in Seville today, which we could take advantage of.
Però veig moltes similituds, veig un Sevilla dominador, però amb una certa confiança quan...
At the moment, this match is reminding me greatly of the match against Barcelona, in the sense that they are a dominating team, but that they are making mistakes clearly and that they are... and we're taking risks against them at the moment, and we can hope that that will be positive for us. Antonio's going to shoot. The ball goes to Salva Sevilla, who's controlling it. Back to Mallorca with Antonio Sanchez once again. Battaglia in possession. Murici there, still got chances to shoot. But the referee says that the ball is going to go to Seville. So another opportunity there for Murici, and he was on his own. Salva Sevilla frustrated again as well. So it's back to the start for Javier Aguirre's team. Sometimes, yes, when we see these kinds of occasions, we think, is it nerves, or is it actually that they're the tank, or there's no other chances for them? They were pretty simple things to get right, we have to say.
I estan veient com estan controlant molt bé el perill rival i la sensació crec que són positives. Ens falta acabar d'acertar aquest darrer passe, aquest darrer xut per pujar en el marcador.
We just seem to need that last push in order to get onto the scoreboard. So there have been a few very, very clear chances at the moment for both teams. Acuña goes to shoot, but then thinks twice about it and retracts. The ball ends up pretty easily in Manolo Reina's hands.
Los partidos que empezaban a las 7 de esta jornada 36, ese Alavés español al final ha acabado con la victoria del conjunto local, del Alavés, por 2-1, que bueno, pues que deja esa zona de abajo pues un poquito más apretada, y también el empate de los Osasuna y el Getafe a 1, o sea que bueno, todo sigue calentito en la zona baja.
So everything is still very hot in the lower area of the leaderboard, as Getafe and Osasuna are equalized at the moment. Jaume Costa defends there from Seville in our goal scoring area.
Afortunadamente sin consecuencias para la portería defendida por Manolo Reina. El Sevilla se durmió Acuña, recupera el Mallorca, eso es lo que digo.
Acuña messes up and Mallorca recover the ball. Murici then passes back to Reina. You can hear the support of the Mallorca fans in the stadium. So even though we're having possession at the moment, it doesn't seem like we are creating too much danger for Seville.
Aquest començament de pitos que des d'afició, perquè això generarà dubtes i pressió en els jugadors de Sevilla i ens pot beneficiar i tenir altres alternatives per fer-li mal.
Yeah, however, we are looking for alternatives everywhere to create some damage, and that is a really important thing too. Navas in possession now, rejected and defended by Martin Valiant. Ángel Rodríguez is hurt, it seems. Canary Island footballer for Mallorca is in pain at the moment, it seems.
Y bueno, parece que en principio podrá continuar sin demasiados problemas. Sacó ya rápidamente la falta no, el saque de banda el Sevilla. Ahí estaba Navas de nuevo a la derecha. Cuidado que llegará el centro, queda corto y es Ángel precisamente quien la vuelve a rechazar.
Ángel defending once again for Mallorca.
Izquierda, Tecatito de primeras con Gudey. Levanta la cabeza.
Seville in possession now.
Juega Koundé ya en territorio mallorquinista. De nuevo balón atrás para Diego Carlos. Este con Acuña. De primera Rafa Mir. De nuevo el delantero que asiste a la izquierda al Tecatito. Este con Acuña. Sevilla no troba de moment es foratge.
No, llevat dels primers arreons que sigui molt...
So luckily Seville does not seem to be able to find the gaps at the moment.
No record cap ocasió a més de Sevilla de darrers 15-20 minuts. Sí que nosaltres n'hem tingut dues que haguessin pogut ser...
Bueno, cuidado, Koundé! Ese balón que queda en el punto...
Koundé is on the attack for Seville.
El Tecatito rechazó la defensa del Mallorca. Bueno, mejor me callo, millor me cae bien perquè dic no estan trobant forats.
Rejected by the Mallorcan defense, but yeah, I definitely need to shut my mouth because we were just saying how Seville were not finding the gaps, and they definitely found a big gap there because that was dangerous for the team, that is for sure.
Para no, diu SUSCRÍBETE que no, que saquen de banda. Bueno, pues afortunadamente continúa el fútbol, continúa secció. La tiene el Sevilla en esta parte derecha.
Res, tenia les mans juntes.
Sí, vale, perfecto. Bueno, jugando Acuña, el argentino. Balón filtrado para Rafa Mir. Este con Tecatito, Gudey, de nuevo Tecatito, ahí está. Controlando la pelota, la deja en corto para Jordán. Ahora en esta parte izquierda, prepara el centro, buscando al otro costado, al capitán, buscando a Jesús Navas.
So Seville in possession, looking for their captain, Jesús Navas.
Porque vio que no podía rematar nadie. Y ahora es Salva Sevilla quien la envía, saque de banda.
Salva Sevilla sends it into a throw-in for Seville.
Los dos equipos han tenido oportunidad de recuperación del Mallorca. Venga, se la lleva Muriqui, le acompaña Ángel.
Muriqui takes it for Mallorca. Ángel is with him.
Vamos a ver qué inventa. Cuidado que se destaca.
Let's see what Muriqui can do here. Time is running out. He shoots there, misses.
Llega ese balón para Diego Carlos que rechaza. Bataglia no pone la cabeza. Le cae el esférico a Olivan que la pone. El remate de Ángel fuera.
Olivan is there.
El remate de cabeza de Ángel Rodríguez que se marcha fuera.
And after a header from Ángel, eventually the ball goes out.
Con qué poquito le basta a Muriqui, que eso sí se le hizo un poquito de noche buscando la mejor opción.
So yes, Muriqui does not need much to get ahead. He is very, very powerful in that sense. However, he did take slightly too long and he ran out of time to create any big impact.
A nivell defensiu estan molt bé, estan fent molt de mal en el Sevilla, tant per mèrit nostres com per mèrit de Sevilla, que està creant molt d'errors no forçats. I després crec que ens falta més convicció, més determinació, creure que realment podem marcar. No estan prenent les decisions corren en els darrers moments, però insistes que...
At the moment, I don't think we're making the correct decisions at the last minute, in the last moments. However, I do think we're creating more danger than Seville is. But hopefully that can get reflected on the scoreboard, because otherwise it's there's no point.
En cortito para su compañero aparece el Papu Gómez, prepara la pierna, le presiona muchísimo a Taglia, viene el argentino ahí mordiendo, a punto de recuperar, cae al suelo, pero no hay falta, deja seguir el colegiado, se la lleva el Papu Gómez que regatea a Antonio Sánchez, pero le vuelve a morder el jugador del Real Mallorca.
Antonio Sánchez chased by Seville players.
Atrapa Manolo Reina.
Manolo Reina saves for Mallorca there.
Se la queda el portero que pues ahora transmite ese puntito de tranquilidad En el 37 de la primera parte con 0-0 en el marcador.
Manuel Reina providing some degree of calm and confidence for the players in this 37th minute of the match.
De moment molt segurs de darrere. Això m'agrada. Però han de marcar.
Han de marcar, han de seguir així. Molt important que aquests darrers 5, 6, 7 minuts tinguem màxima concentració, perquè sí que
Of course, it's vital now that for the last couple of minutes of this first half, we remain extremely highly concentrated, so that we don't give anything away and we don't give them the opportunity to get ahead.
I no queda d'altre, no? Sofrirem, però també tindrem altres ocasions nosaltres, per tant hem d'intentar fer mal i seguir amb aquesta dinàmica que estan duent.
La perdida ahí Pablo Maffeo. Parecía que había falta de Murici, pero se dejó seguir el colegiado porque la tenía él.
Pablo Maffeo loses the ball. It did look like there was a foul there by Murici, but nothing was whistled.
Que se marcha fácilmente Antonio Sánchez. La va a poner a la derecha. La incorporación por este costado. Cuidado, entraba la Mela con todo. Afortunadamente se metió en la telaraña de la defensa mallorquinista. Vamos a ver si Antonio Sánchez puede poner ese balón bien para Ángel Rodríguez. Le persigue Kubo.
Let's see what if Antonio Sánchez can manage to pass over to Ángel Rodríguez. Olivan and Salva Sevilla there to defend. Seville players recover their positions.
En territorio mallorquinista todavía. La tiene Martin Valgen. La deja para que sea Salva el que la conduzca.
Martin Valgen leaves the ball to Salva Sevilla to guide.
Juega con Antonio Raillo. Este nuevo con Martin Valgen. Bueno, ara pareix que vol tenir una miqueta més de possessió, no? Queden 6 minuts per acabar la primera part i el Manco tenia una miqueta de pausa, de tranquil·litat, que la pilota estigui més en el nostre, malament sí, nostre camp, però tenir-la en nosaltres.
Sí, tot el temps que nosaltres tinguem la pilota, el temps que poden descansar, que tenim tranquil·litat, és molt important, òbviament, no cometre errors no forçats, evitar...
Of course, we need to avoid unforced errors now in the last couple of minutes of the match.
Estar concentrats aquests darrers minuts, però òbviament sí que és molt positiu mantenir la possessió nosaltres, tot el que tinguem nosaltres és temps que Sevilla no ens pot atacar, que no ens pot fer mal, és important que no cometen també ningún fallo.
Ahora está Antonio Raillo jugando atrás con su portero, jugando con Manolo Reina.
Raillo playing with goalkeeper Manolo Reina.
Tendrá que pelearse aquí con Acuña, la falta, y era la segunda que hace Acuña, que se lleva la cartulina amarilla, le advirtió la primera. Pero no
Acuña fouls there and he's going to get a yellow card. The second time he's fouled in the same way. So play is paused for a second, so many of the Mallorca players approaching the bench there to have a drink of water. Goudet is moving away Acuña because he's actually facing up to the referee, and they need to be careful because we know that Hernandez is not shy of bringing out a red card to anybody.
Condemna un bon mallorquí, aquest home acaba de perdre papers ara mateix.
Sí, crec que és molt positiu per nosaltres. Si fos un jugador de Mallorca t'estaria dient que és lamentable. Crec que aquestes actituds dins un terreny de joc no són...
And it does seem that Acuña right now is absolutely losing it. And yes, obviously, us as outsiders looking into this match, we would say to him to calm down, because it does seem that it is getting totally out of hand. And these kind of attitudes never get anybody anywhere.
Bueno, va a haber falta for del Mallorca, muy cerquita de la línea del centro del campo. 41.
So there's going to be a foul for Mallorca. Murici heads the ball there. Ends up in the goalkeeper's hands for Seville. Seville start playing from the back.
Ha tenido alguna oportunidad, está claro, ha tenido dos bastante claras, pero tres el Mallorca, insisto, muy claras, así que muy igualada en cuanto a oportunidades la primera parte, casi mejor en esa parcela el Mallorca. Nos ha faltado pues eso, el gol, rematar y tomar la mejor decisión arriba. Acuña que la pone la cabeza bien ahora de Antonio Raillo para Salva Sevilla.
Antonio Raillo passes over to Salva Sevilla.
Ese balón. Sacará rápidamente Acuña con Rafa Mir.
Acuña manages to get the ball for Seville and takes it quickly. It's a throw in once again. Acuña puts the ball back in play very quickly. Rafa Mir and Ángel Rodríguez take it away.
Para enmendar su propio error. Kunde que juega a la derecha con Lamela. De nuevo Kunde. Ahí evidentemente que
Lamela and Kunde playing for Seville.
con Acuña. El cambio de orientación larguísimo, larguísimo. Pone en la cabeza Jaume Costa. Bien para enviar directamente.
Jaume Costa, header, sends it into a throw-in.
Buscando explicaciones en el juego de su equipo. Balón dividido, se lanza con todo.
Some of these Seville players looking at each other in disbelief of that mistake there by them.
Pone para Acuña el disparo potente pero muy arriba de la portería de Manolo Reina. Va a ser saque de puerta.
A shot there from a Seville player, strong and powerful, but way off target against Manolo Reina's goal.
Sí, m'està recordant una mica en el partit que van tenir que nostre contra l'Atlètic de Madrid, que el Mallorca estava molt ben plantat defensivament, costava molt que mos creés en perill i estic segur que en Lopetegui no està content amb el que està veient dels seus jugadors. M'imagino que el que ells havien preparat era algo completament diferent. M'imagino que no s'esperaven una resposta tan positiva del bloc defensiu del Mallorca i sincerament crec que si no estàvem en avantatge en el marcador està perquè m'ha faltat contundència ofensiva, perquè sí que és veritat que contundència defensiva n'han tinguda.
I do think that we have been pretty solid on the defence today. Maybe what is missing now for the second half is for us to build that up on the offence. Yeah, I mean, we only need to have a look at who's on the bench ready to come on in case they're needed. You know, Dani Rodríguez, Kubo, really, really powerful players.
En funció de com avanci la segona meitat, supos que prendran decisions. M'imagino que per en Javier treure un punt avui no és un mal resultat, sabent que els dos pròxims partits són dintre nostra, són contra rivals que no se juguen tant i que podem fer molt de mal. Però
bueno,
també...
dius dintre nostra, bueno, primer contra el Rayo, després a Pamplona, que ja va estar 4 anys allà, després també mig dintre nostra.
Sí, no, sí, m'he equivocat. No, volia dir que són rivals que teòricament no se juguen res i que s'ha de notar.
And yes, I mean, we do have to remind ourselves of the fact that the two last matches are up against rivals that on paper have really nothing to play for, and that the results that they get against us will be irrelevant. So hopefully they will not be feeling it as much as we will on the day, and that could work to our advantage. So there's a dangerous foul by Battaglia now. They're not in the goal scoring area, but they're pretty close.
Así que oportunidad ahora peligrosa para el Sevilla. Vemos ahí al Papo Gómez.
Dangerous opportunity for Seville.
Será la última, ¿eh?
Bien. Sí.
It's going to be the last one of the first half, as we're already on 46th minute.
El 46, así que nos queda nada, pues menos de un minuto. Puede ser la última oportunidad de la primera parte. Bueno, esperemos evidentemente que esto termine en empate a 0. Ahí está el
Hopefully, obviously, we goes straight out that ball forced by Seville. So luckily the ball goes to Mallorca, and this should be the end of the first half. Battaglia is speaking to the referee, saying that he doesn't understand how he whistled that foul. So the ball is in Manolo Reina's possession.
Ahí está, con pierna derecha que la pone largo, alza la mano
So Hernandez whistles the end of the first half. Lots of whistling and lots of abuse here for the Seville team. Clearly not impressed with their performance so far. So pretty good vibes from Mallorca at the moment. Yes, they are pretty good feelings here from the Mallorca team, but of course we do need the goals, we need the points. But they are definitely giving what we asked them to give today, which was 200% on the pitch.
Ara el que ens falta és el que marca la diferència a primera divisió, no? Aquesta contundència dins les àrees, no estan que van de decidir bé la darrera acció,
Yes, obviously we need to be more decisive in the goal scoring area. We're not doing that well at making the last touch on the ball, the last decisions.
És molt positiu que Sevilla dins el seu camp pràcticament no ens ha generat res, s'ha llevat dels primers minuts que, com era normal, sortirien a fondo. But
I think Mallorca looks comfortable where they are today on the pitch. And in all honesty, I'm pretty impressed.
en donar aquesta passeta cap endavant. Ho ha dit en Dani abans d'acabar la primera part. És vera que ara en Javier Aguirre pues, mira cap endarrere, té jugadors com en Taque, com en Canguin, en Abdon, pues, una mica d'aire fresco, no? També que se li podria ficar molt bona feina.
And of course we were seeing players now starting to warm up such as Canguin Lee or Abdon Bretz, which could bring that jolt and breath of fresh air that the team needs to get ahead in this second half.
L'equip d'en Javier Aguirre i hem d'anar alerta, no? Potser també una mica de pulmó fresc pot venir bé per aquesta segona part.
Or maybe a fresh set of lungs could be just what the doctor ordered for the team.
No estarà gaire content en el que ha vist fins ara i que intentarà pues, activar els jugadors, motivar-los i fer-los veure que guanyar avui pues, significa tenir una plaça de Champions i també veient l'afició que ja està apretant. També dic que això té dues cares de la moneda. Una pot ser que vegem un Sevilla molt més motivat, molt més ambiciós la segona part i també pot ser que a través dels pitos, de les dubtes, de la pressió pues, vegem un Sevilla pitjor i que decideixi malament.
Maybe because of the pressure, because of the intensity that the fans are showing, that could mean more pressure for Seville, which would mean good things for us.
De moneda per moneda, de jugadors en característiques similars, que crec que avui cercarà jugadors físics que facin una gran feina defensiva.
Obviously, I think we'll be looking for some all-rounder players for the second half that could give a bit of everything and play anywhere on the pitch and deliver. I do hope that we have some more goal-scoring opportunities in the second half.
Jo crec que els mallorquinistes que potser tenien una mica de dubte ara mateix estan una mica més contents, no? Podem dir així, que l'equip ha sortit a plantar-li cara al Sevilla, que també s'ha tingut les oportunitats, i bé, se confirma, ho has dit tu durant la retransmissió, la falta de gol, a lo millor, no? La falta de creure-se una miqueta més. Ho hem comentat ara, però és que al final te quedes amb aquesta sensació, no? L'ha tinguda en Antonio, l'ha tinguda en Bataglia.
Yes, there have been several players in this first half that have had it. They've had it there at their fingertips. So I guess we just need a little bit more precision from them.
Gràcies a que teníem un davanter, ja sigui Guiza, Duriz, Eto i molts d'altres que han aconseguit mantenir en la plantilla prima. Òbviament això va molt de dobles, és complicat per un recent ascendit fer segon quin tipus de fitxatges. També és vera que els jugadors que han apostat per dur no han acabat de tenir la sort de cara a porta i al final el davanter viu de gol, no? Quan no té la fortuna de...
Of course, at the moment we are seeing how our best strikers are just not really managing to find the goal scoring. And obviously that is always dangerous for them because strikers live from the amount of goals they score. So that is always an unfortunate situation for them.
I puguin, sobretot, jo he sempre considerat que la qüestió de fer gol és mental, no? És de convicció, és de determinació i de creure que realment ho faran. Crec que és fonamental que els jugadors tinguin una mentalitat positiva, que creguin en ells.
I think it is fundamental now that the Mallorca players keep a positive mindset.
Tens tanta tensió acumulada, és difícil aturar un segon i respirar i dir aquí l'he de ficar. Al final és un pas sense res, moltes vegades volen fer un gol per l'esquadra. Estic ben segur que en aquestes situacions que hi ha tanta tensió l'únic que volen intentar acabar la jugada aviat i haurien de baixar un poc les marxes i intentar focalitzar en trobar la solució adequada.
Of course, I think now they will be trying to rush things and trying to make the most of the fact they're feeling comfortable and try and finish those plays. And maybe, in fact, what we need to do is take it down a gear or two and make sure that nobody's getting past us and that we're able to defend confidently against and close any gaps there may be.
Per després de 90 minuts. Anam, un segon a la publicitat i tot d'un estem aquí amb la segona part entre el Sevilla 0, Mallorca 0.
We'll be back very, very soon after this short ad break.
Grupo Escribano. Somos especialistas en reformas y fachadas. Financia ahora el 100% y paga en 12 meses sin intereses. Para importe de 200 euros hasta 200.000 euros. 0% TAE. Grupo Escribano.
És el meu cor malferit que demana acció.
Un amor sense barreres davant meu ha cobrat vida.
Ja aviam què passa, ja aviam què passa. No sé què passa, ni per què passa, però sempre em passa.
Imágenes ya de Ramón Sánchez Pizjuán en este tiempo de descanso.
So live images at this half-time point, 0-0 on the scoreboard.
Que lo decimos, se está jugando el clasificarse matemáticamente para la UEFA Champions League. Tenemos imágenes de Grenier.
As we say, Seville does have a lot to play for today. Lots of players on the bench that could have their top goal-scoring occasion today.
La veritat és que molt de quilòmetres estan corrent avui els jugadors del Mallorca i sobretot ho comentàvem abans d'anar a publicitat, que cames fresques avui vendrien bé, sobretot per donar una miqueta més i en jugadors com Kubo, Kangin Lee, a lo millor donar aquesta cosa diferent, no? És vera que s'hauran d'implicar molt en defensa.
It is true that maybe it is time to bring somebody on like Kubo or Kangin Lee, one of our Japanese or our Korean player, in order to bring a fresh sense to the team, and obviously they would have to implicate themselves immensely on the defense and the well-being and the benefit of the team at large, but it could be that secret ingredient that the team is missing.
M'imagino que ell valorarà els pros i contres de cada jugador. Jugadors com en en Kangin Lee guanya talent però perd solidaritat defensiva i crec que serà en funció del resultat que tinguem el que determinarà si se decanta per fer canvis ofensius o defensius, però òbviament sí que hi haurà un desgast.
And obviously it's now remains to see whether Javier Aguirre is going to go for the more offensive changes or more defensive changes.
M'imagino que també hi haurà jugadors, estic veient en Salva Sevilla una mica cansat i supos que...
I am seeing quite fatigued Salva Sevilla at the moment, for instance. And those are some of the decisions that Javier Aguirre is going to have to make.
Jo no sé fins quin punt ara mateix el firmam, no el firmam, no sé com estan les teves sensacions. Jo he de dir-te des de mi humil...
I don't know how you were feeling about this match, but...
Quan veus partits i te traslladen emocions, jo crec que avui se pot aconseguir alguna més, però és vera que a Sant Sevilla, que tenen un bon també fons d'armari, també tenen jugadors de moltíssima qualitat a la banqueta.
But it is true that they have very high quality players on the bench as well.
També en Martial, Oliver Torres, al final és el que tenen aquests equips, també banquetes amb molta qualitat, amb moltes estrelles, i la veritat és que és això, no? No sé fins quin punt la banqueta de Javier Aguirre i companyia poden pensar que un punt és bo.
Obviously, I wonder how much Javier Aguirre's team believe that one point would be enough and would be good.
Però tenint en compte la situació global i la tensió que tenim, el que se juga també a Sevilla, pues no és dolent. Jo crec que puntuar avui és positiu, òbviament millor de 3 que d'1, però crec que treure punts d'aquí servirà perquè l'equipo cregui, perquè la gent vegi que realment els jugadors hi creuen i estic segur que de que va amb un resultat positiu diumenge a Somos serà una olla a pressió.
And of course we do think though that if it is the case, and even if we do end up on a draw, which is something that looks ever more likely now, it would be a positive for the fans, and hopefully that would mean that next weekend we will manage to get a full house once again in the stadium.
Un bon partit de jugadors del Mallorca, la gent alabant, un Rodrigo Batalla que per cert l'estaven criticant també, just havien posat, s'ha llançat sons a titular perquè jugava, ho està fent molt bé l'argentí.
Sí, la veritat és que...
Another thing to point out today is that there had been a lot of criticism before the match when the starting lineup was announced at the participation of Battaglia in that starting lineup. And now that he is performing and rising to the occasion, there seems to have been a change of heart there, and people are warming to him much more. And he does seem to be having a good match. At least he's being very, very brave.
I ojalà, no, que el futbol mos torni a ser justícia i mos doni una alegria avui.
Bueno, Dani, ya estás preparado y sobre todo pues con los jugadores ya sobre el verde.
So Danny, we know that you are ready and raring to go there. Yes, everybody is back on the grass here. No changes on either side at the moment, so it's the same starting lineup as we had at the beginning. So it's going to be Mallorca who put ball in play this time. At the moment, I wouldn't settle for a draw. I think looking at how Mallorca is playing, it's early days, of course, but I believe in us. I think we could manage to get a win today. So Battaglia begins looking for Antonio Sanchez, reaches Olivan, passes over to Marici, who turns over and tries to pass to Battaglia. Papu Gomez recovers and steals for Seville.
Se lanza al suelo, pero no le puede quitar el balón. Cuidado que llega el Tecatito, la controla, la espera la Mela dentro del área, el balón va para él. La cabeza de Olivan que rechaza con la cabeza perfectamente. Vuelve a insistir el Papu Gómez por esta parte izquierda delante de Pablo Maffeo. Espera el deslizamiento, no, finalmente la pone dentro del área.
Pablo Maffeo waiting there, it reaches the goal scoring area.
Sale el Mallorca a la contra.
Mallorca's on the counter attack now. Antonio Sanchez playing with Marici.
Ha esperado un poquito y bueno, al menos ha sacado un saque de banda. Antonio Sánchez que conversaba ahora con Jaume Costa, que no sé muy bien, ¿no?, lo que le estaba recriminando el lateral. Todo de buen rollo, evidentemente. Minuto 46 de partido, ha empezado esta segunda parte y ahí estaba la Mela que le quería quitar la pelota a Antonio Sánchez, como diciendo saca ya, pero estaba esperando que llegara su compañero para ponerla en movimiento. La tiene Salva Sevilla, que juega de primeras, muy forzado, no ha salido ese balón.
Salva Sevilla, pretty forced there.
Y ahora Murici me fijaba que le decía a Antonio, pero pónmela a mí, peínamela para mí. Ahí está Murici, luchando cada balón, forzando ese saque.
Marici battling each and every ball.
Poco más y le atropella. Diego Carlos a la izquierda con Acuña.
Diego Carlos opens up to the left with Acuña for Seville.
Ya la recibe en la zona de medios, de nuevo para Acuña. Este con Gudei. Papu Gómez. Delante tiene Antonio Sánchez.
Papu Gomez, who's going to have to face up to Antonio Sanchez.
Sí, la veritat és que el guió segueix igual, Mallorca defensant bé, han tret un parell de centres que aquesta vegada sí que els nostres centrals han despejat molt bé, fixant una marca individual així com toca.
It seems that our midfielders have had some good instructions half-time and they are focusing on an individual player to mark, which is a really good sign.
Però defensivament l'equip està molt bé i crec que com a actitud no se li pot reprochar res.
Battaglia receives a collision there from Jordan. And even though that is a foul, the referee stopped play, saying that there was a previous foul, and because of that, the ball is going to go to Seville, despite the fact that Jordan is still going to have a yellow card for that action. So, dangerous opportunity for them, of course, 3/4 of the way up the pitch.
Dos hombres al lanzamiento. Gudei y Acuña. Yo creo que es balón para un zurdo.
It looks like it's going to be a kick for a left-footed player.
Viene Tecatito para ponerla con Jordán. Gana metros, la pone a la izquierda. Prepara el centro. Delante tiene a Pablo Maffeo finalmente.
The midfielder gets ready. He's got Pablo Maffeo to his right. Jaume Costa's head is there.
Intenta sacar ese balón que va muy arriba, pero no muy lejano. Aparece Gudey para recuperarla. A punto de perder el Sevilla. Sí, va a ser saque de banda. Bueno, ese balón ha salido. Dice que no el asistente, por tanto, sigue el juego. Jesús Navas.
Play still going on.
La incorporación de Papu Gómez. Banda para el Sevilla. Cuidado, que han sacado rápido. Rafa Mir. Es Eric Lamela.
Throw in for Seville. They take it very quickly. Ball goes back.
La circulación del Sevilla. Acuña de nuevo.
Seville circulating back to Acuña now. We've got to be careful. Very, very good defense work from Martin Valgent, and we go on the counter-attack. Pablo Maffeo appears there to defend, and there's a foul in favour of Mallorca. Luckily, Martin Valgent was there in that occasion to defend.
Que com han fet la primera part intentaran fer molt mal i per molt nerviosos, així que importantíssim que hi hagi concentració, que no se prenguin riscs innecessaris.
So as we've said, it's really, really important to remain concentrated and keep our concentration up now, not make silly mistakes. So Grenier, Take Kubo, Dani Rodriguez all warming up at the moment. So we can expect one of the first changes from Mallorca.
Estoy de acuerdo, ¿no? Lo que decía Biel Compañ, ¿no? Que hoy es un partido de mucho desgaste, de mucho sacrificio y se va a necesitar, más que nunca hoy a los jugadores de refresco, jugadores del banquillo, jugadores, pues fíjate, ¿no? Lo que corre Dani Rodríguez.
Today, there's no doubt about it. We are going to need those refreshments on the team, as we say, players that could bring something new to the mix. Grenier, a really high quality, high experience player. Delaney and Enesiri are going on for Seville in the meantime. So really high quality changes for them as well. Foul in favour of Mallorca. Brian Olivan is going to take it and set it in motion.
Que sea Reina quien la ponga y ojo amarilla. Amarilla para Olivan por retrasar la puesta en juego de la pelota.
And that's going to be a yellow card for Brian Olivan for wasting time, according to the referee, in taking this throw in.
Ángel Rodríguez, el balón que le puede caer a Murisino, rechaza la defensa. Y será Acuña quien despeje el peligro, la pone en largo, buscando la carrera del Tecatito, emparejado con Martin Valgent, que no quiere riesgos, que no quiere problemas. Y que la ha enviado directamente fuera. Sacó rápido el Tecatito.
Martin Valgent sends it out to avoid problems, so Tecatito takes this throw in quickly for Seville. Rafa Mir is trying to move away from Antonio Raillo, but Battaglia is there as well to help. Acuña takes the ball away.
Se acomoda el Papu Gómez el balón. De nuevo a la izquierda, insistirá por este costado Acuña. Pone la pierna.
Acuña still trying on the left-hand side of the pitch.
Un poquito embotellado ahora el equipo de Javier Aguirre. Jordan. Balón a la izquierda. Hay que aguantar, como decía Biel Compañ, en este primer cuarto de hora, la segunda parte. Y eso es lo que está haciendo el equipo mallorquinista. La envía a banda. Salva Sevilla. Vuelve a insistir el Sevilla.
Salva Sevilla sends it out, so producing a throw-in for Seville.
Le acompaña Jesús Navas. Lamela que juega el argentino ahí. El balón para Kunde. A la derecha de nuevo con Navas. Para el centro.
Kunde and Navas in possession for Seville.
Delante de Ángel Rodríguez. Bien la ayuda defensiva.
Battling against Antonio Sanchez and Ángel Rodríguez. Everybody putting their all in to help the team now.
Se la acomoda pierna derecha por abajo. Ese balón que no encontró a Tecatito, pero el rechace le favorece y ese centro que termina en las manos de Manolo Reina. Se había envenenado un poco, por eso he pegado este grito, después de tocar en la pierna de Martin Balgen. Doble cambio que prepara el
Ball had slightly deviated there, which gave me heart palpitations after touching on Martin Balgen, but luckily the ball was salvaged, so it was not too dangerous for us.
Al Sevilla por creo que fueron 20 millones de euros y debilitar, ¿no?, al equipo de Javier Aguirre y de Tony Amor. Pero bueno, se han abrazado y han recordado esa etapa juntos que tuvieron. Va a ser saque de banda para el Sevilla. Ahora sí
So it's a throw in for Seville. And it does look like it's time for that double change for Seville. So Jordan makes his way off the pitch. And Delaney comes on, number 18. And Enesiri is the second player to come on for Seville.
Sí que haurem d'estar concentrats en vigilàncies i bueno, jo el que estic veient és que el Sevilla no acaba d'estar còmode, a pesar de tenir la possessió no ens està generant ocasions clares de perill. Hem d'intentar seguir així, passar aquests minuts de pressió que ens estan causant i estic segur que arribaran els nostres moments, no seguiran així tota la segona part.
Of course, I think we do need to remain patient and that we need to trust and hope that our opportunities are coming our way. Murishi is chasing the Seville player Camela now. Papu Gomez is there, they're looking for a foul, but it's not given. And now it is a dangerous foul in favour of Seville.
Aplaude Javier Aguirre, que eso sí pide un poquito más de cabeza en este tipo de acciones, però bueno, Biel, lo que sí estan demostrant els jugadors del Mallorca avui més que mai és intensitat,
Sí,
molta intensitat.
Intensitat, compromís, solidaritat, crec que són objectius que se mos queden curts perquè realment estan donant tot, no? Crec que això és el mínim que poden fer aquests jugadors, és el mínim que ha d'exigir la nostra afició. Després, a partir d'aquí, podem discutir estar més acertats, menys, decidir millor situacions determinades, però crec que l'actitud...
Of course, now it is all about the attitude that the players bring to the game and how dedicated they are to making every second count. Diego Carlos shoots and it's saved by Manolo Reina there, very, very confident, steering us away from danger in this particular instance.
Aquest tipus de faltes. Sé el que ens jugant, sé que a vegades els jugadors estan en unes revolucions molt altes, però també han de saber la importància que té faltes d'aquest estil, no? En un equip com el Sevilla que té grandíssims llançadors, s'ha d'anar molt viu, s'ha de ser intel·ligent i s'ha de saber controlar cada fase del partit.
Vamos a ver, se la lleva Antonio Sánchez. Lástima ahí ese regate.
Antonio Sánchez takes the ball away now. It's a shame he does, but he's lost it to Seville.
Hay algún jugador, ¿no?, que empieza a acusar un poquito el cansancio y quizá no. Empezaría a ser el momento de ir pensando en algún revulsivo. El control que se le escapa a Tecatito, pero todavía puede evitar que salga. Estaba adelantado y fuera de juego. Va a ser balón para el Mallorca.
Ball goes to Mallorca.
Tens també aquesta sensació, no?, de que per ventura... Sé que és difícil ara, perquè és vera que no hi ha cap jugador que no m'estigui agradant, és a dir, no és un tema de que no m'agradi o no ho estiguin fent bé, és a dir, jo crec que els 11 que han sortit avui, xapó per ells,
I do think that kudos and commendments to the starting lineup today because they really have put on an excellent performance.
Que passa el siguiente.
Sí, jo miri que va fer un gran partit i un dels millors del nostre equip, però avui sí que estic veient un poc cansat en Salva Sevilla, m'imagino que serà el primer canvi.
Yeah, I think they are doing very well. They're looking quite powerful. However, I am seeing a pretty tired Salva Sevilla.
Crec que el canvi elegit serà en Grenier o en Dani per donar feina, per donar intensitat defensiva
I think this change might well be Grenier or Dani Rodriguez in order to bring some strength, some teamwork, and some defensive strength to the team, rather than a change such as Kubo.
Pues es lo que deben estar hablando ahora Javier Aguirre y Tony Amor, que justo se ha sentado el técnico mexicano, y a ver si llaman a alguno de los tres jugadores.
So Javier Aguirre is currently speaking to Tony Amor, and it looks like they are discussing who to bring on first. Yes, it does seem at the moment that the opportunities are not coming to Mallorca in this half as they did as easily in the first half. However, at the moment, Mallorca in possession.
Pero hay que ir con cuidado, que no se pueden cometer errores en esa parte del campo, porque un error ahí puede ser durísimo. La falta sobre Jaume Costa, balón por tanto para el Mallorca.
So ball goes to Mallorca now because there's a foul on Jaume Costa. And now it does seem that when they do lose a ball, it's a product of their exhaustion rather than a lack of talent or mistakes.
Comencin a notar aquest cansament, s'estan jugant moltíssim, els entrenos, els partits que venen ara prest, el desgast se nota. A més, no hem d'obviar que jugam contra un equipasso com el Sevilla, amb grans jugadors, i que ens l'estan fent córrer bastant. Dit això, crec que la feina és d'excel·lent, no diria de matriculador no, perquè ens ha faltat acabar marcant un gol, però sí que crec que
I think we do have to really congratulate the players on the performance they've done so far today. We can't give them a 10 out of 10, of course, because they haven't managed to finish those plays and get the goal. But they've definitely done a pretty good job in holding Seville off.
Amarilla para Lamela, por tanto, otro jugador del Sevilla con cartulina amarilla. La había visto también Acuña y Jordán, pero bueno, Jordán ya no está en el terreno de juego. Bueno, se recuperó ya Jaume Costa, la va a poner en largo Manolo Reina. Ahí está con su pierna derecha, buscando como siempre a Murici, y la consigue ganar por arriba.
Jaume Costa tries to pass all the way to Murici and succeeds, but it's rejected by the Seville defense, and Martin Valgent fouls the Seville player. Tecatito is back on his feet for Seville. Pass over to Delaney. Diego Carlos sends it up the pitch.
Jugando ahora en defensa de nuevo el Sevilla. Diego Carlos con Acuña, el argentino que gana metros, le sale al paso, salva Sevilla. La pone a la izquierda para Papu Gómez. Este Catito, cuidado el movimiento a la derecha, está solo de Jesús Navas, la controla, el control orientado, el pase, centro chut que termina en las manos de Manolo Reina, llegada peligrosa.
There's a shot there, a strike from one of the Seville players that ends up in Manolo Reina's hands.
De Manolo Reina, 62 de partido, 0-0 en el marcador.
62nd minute of the match now, still 0-0 on the scoreboard.
Murici que la peina, no llega ahora Ángel Rodríguez, que eso sí, va a presionar un poquito. Bono que juega con Acuña, este la pone largo, y ahora sí que empieza a haber más espacios ahí en el centro del campo del Mallorca, y eso lo quiere aprovechar el Sevilla. Papu Gómez.
We are seeing more gaps all the time in Mallorca's defence now, and I know somebody who was going to want to take advantage of that, and that is Seville strikers.
Para Lamela, la derecha con Jesús Navas, de nuevo Koundé, la pone, posición correcta, vamos a ver si levanta el banderín, asistente.
Seville still in possession with Koundé.
La cabeza está dentro del área, está tardando mucho y ahora sí, dando bien, que evidentemente la acción se eterniza, levanta la bandera, estaba adelantado, para mí clarísimo. Lamela, aplauden los jugadores del banquillo del Mallorca, sus compañeros, porque están defendiendo muy bien.
The Mallorca players that are on the bench applaud their teammates on the pitch for their performance so far.
Con sus compañeros del cuerpo técnico barajando muchas posibilidades. Está haciendo gestos ahora de ánimo a sus jugadores el técnico mexicano, pero de momento que no mueve banquillo, ¿eh?
No, es que más que de ánimo yo creo que les está, bueno, de ánimo también, pero sobre todo les está aplaudiendo porque le está gustando cómo defienden, ¿eh? Y es como un gesto de enhorabuena hacia...
I think Javier Aguirre at the moment is applauding the fact that he is impressed with the defense work from his players.
Teniendo a Murici dentro del área es prácticamente un córner.
Que pasen cositas, Dani.
Eso es lo que queremos, sobre todo en la portería en la que está Bono. Que eso sí, en esta segunda parte, pues de momento no ha tenido, ¿no?, demasiado peligro, demasiada actividad. A ver si ahora llega...
So not a massive amount of activity so far in the second half. Let's see if this is the time for Murici. It's saved by the Seville goalkeeper, but it's going to be a corner for Mallorca.
Es casi como un córner. Cómo la pone Oliván.
But no, it's not going to be a corner, it's a throw-in, but it's very, very close to the goal, so it's almost like a corner. So clear chance there, the first one of the second half for Mallorca. Dani Rodriguez passes over to Salva Sevilla. Jaume Costa shoots. Angel tries to help. But no, there is a foul on one of the Seville players, so the ball is going to go to Seville.
És incòmode per rivals, hem vist des de la seva arribada com pràcticament tots els duels aèris els guanya i genera moltíssimes ocasions ofensives per...
We have seen that any time Murici is up against one of the players head-on, he does usually win those battles.
Però que també tinguem aquesta confiança per fer una passa més i intentar donar qualque susto a la Sevilla, perquè si no sofrirem i ens cansarem molt de córrer darrere el balón.
Y ojito lo que prepara Lopetegui, ¿eh? Ocampos y Martial.
Eso te iba a decir, Dani, vaya dos cambios que va a meter ahora mismo el Sevilla, ¿eh? Dos jugadores que han jugado cosas muy importantes.
And there's going to be another double change here for Mallorca. For Seville, I'm sorry.
Está aguantando bien, confiamos.
Bueno, pues ahí está el cambio en el Sevilla. Entra Lucas Ocampos, se retira Jesús Navas. Cambio ofensivo donde los haya. Y entrará también Martial. Y vamos a ver.
So there's going to be two very offensive changes for Seville.
Bueno, pues el ex del Manchester United.
The ex-Manchester United player is coming on.
Siguen calentando Taque, Kubo, Dani Rodríguez y Clément Grenier.
Players for Mallorca still warming up on the wings for Mallorca.
El movimiento de Salva en cortito, ahí está, jugando el Mallorca aquí en metro cuadrado, la ponen arriba buscando a Murici, no puede llegar el delantero kosovar.
Jaume Costa and Dani Rodriguez playing for Mallorca, tried to pass it all the way up to Murici, they're not, doesn't reach him.
Esta puede ser buena, cae dentro del área, no hay absolutamente nada, dice que no el colegiado, sale el Mallorca o lo intenta ahora, se enfada.
Mallorca on the counter-attack, or they tried to anyway.
Y ahora el VAR, que le está diciendo alguna cosita al colegiado, bueno pues cuidado, dice que no, que sigan, que aquí no ha pasado nada.
Play is going on, according to the referee, nothing to see there. Back to Manolo Reina in goal.
Sí, hem d'anar molt alerta, ja sabem que una sèrie de situacions d'aquest estil les molt han pitades. És molt important que els defenses evitin qualsevol contacte amb els braços perquè ja no sabem el que pitaran, aquesta és la realitat, moltes vegades és una versió subjectiva.
Of course, we do have to be very, very careful with any decisions you make inside the goal-scoring area, because with referees you never know what they're going to whistle as a foul or as a yellow card and what they are not.
Per evitar qualsevol problemes amb aquestes situacions.
Lucas Ocampos que puede jugar a la derecha para Tecatito que retrasa ese balón que presiona Murici, termina en los pies de Bono que juega también de primeras con Diego.
Murici puts pressure on the ball. ends up at Diego Carlos's feet.
Ex del Manchester se lanza con todo, salva Sevilla para enviar a saque de banda. El Papu Gómez que la pone ya en movimiento. Acuña de nuevo con Diego Carlos, este con Koundé, doble cambio, prepara el Mallorca. Tony Amor que llama a Dani Rodríguez y ataque Kubo.
So Tony Amor is calling Dani Rodríguez and Take Kubo to come on.
Sevilla que ya le empieza a costar también un poquito, volver para atrás. Antonio Sánchez que fuerza ese saque de banda.
It does seem to look a bit difficult every time now, more for Mallorca to move up and down the pitch.
Seguramente que entren en la siguiente acción. Pero claro, está tardando tanto aquí Jaume Costa que igual les da tiempo a hacer el cambio, ¿no? La pone en movimiento ya Jaume Costa. Gritos del público de Sevilla y eso es una buena noticia. Irvis aquí.
So a lot of whistling, a lot of yelling from the Seville fans in the stadium, and that is good news for us because that means that they are tense and they are nervous for their team.
I també és que la realitat és que el Mallorca està fent un gran partit, el Sevilla no està còmode, a pesar de tenir...
Yeah, and of course the other reality is that Mallorca are doing a great match and that Seville are not comfortable at all.
Això fa, òbviament, que l'afició local se posi nerviosa i apretin els jugadors.
Bueno, tocó balón ahí Antonio Rayo, deja seguir el colegiado, pero cuidado que se la lleva Martial. Bueno,
So Antonio Rayo touched the ball there, but the referee lets play go on.
Le cayó la amarilla a Antonio Rayo.
But there's going to be a yellow card there for his dangerous foul there, and that is going to be very useful for Seville. We're on 70th minute of the match.
Toca todo, Dani,
Sí, ¿no? Balón y jugador.
Arriba tard.
Había querido yo engañar ahí a Hernández, pero no va a ser Bueno, pues toca sufrir en esta acción.
Esperem que no estiguin acertats, que no hagin regatit sempre és una tranquil·litat, però el Sevilla segur que té magnífics llançadors, esperem que no estiguin afortunats avui.
Bueno, puede ser Acuña, ahí con pierna izquierda, que busca ahí un centro chut peligroso. Vamos a ver, está efectivamente Acuña que la quiere poner. El remate de Nesiri.
Acuña shoots.
Será saque de puerta. Yo entiendo, buscan la falta amarilla.
They're looking for a foul there. They did miss and it was defended. Seems that there are yellow cards for Antonio Sánchez and Salva Sevilla.
Saque de esquina, pedían o falta o saque de puerta a los jugadores de Mallorca, y a todo esto, bueno, pues se ha llevado Antonio Sánchez y Salva Sevilla la amarilla a los dos. Ahí está el córner, el Papu Gómez que la pone, cuidado ese remate.
The corner comes here. Luckily Brian Olivan defends from that corner there. Papu Gómez once again on the attack. Shooting Ocampo rebounds it, goes out, so the ball is going to go to Manolo Reina this time, and we can breathe once again.
Són moments que s'han de passar, ningú ha dit que seria fàcil avui, però crec que molts haguessin firmat arribar en aquest moment amb un empat a 0. Per tant, a continuar, a sofrir i a tenir la fe de que ens arribarà qualque alternativa.
La tendrem.
Bueno, estaba claro el cambio, se marcha Salva Sevilla, bueno, se marcha no, porque está tendido sobre el césped diciendo que se le ha subido un gemelo, ha parado el cronómetro, ha hecho el gesto, ¿no?
So one of the Seville players have paused the match a second because they're complaining of a pulled calf muscle. So Salva Sevilla is coming off and Dani Rodríguez is coming on instead, and Take Kubo is coming on as well.
Aplaude Dani a Salva Sevilla, el ex bético que de momento deja el campo con 0-0. Buen derroche de Salva, buen derroche también de Ángel. Entran dos hombres de refresco, uno de mucha calidad. Bueno, los dos de mucha calidad.
It's Ángel Rodríguez who is coming off in favor of Take Kubo.
Como Dani, con llegada bien, y luego Take, pues bueno, que evidentemente vino aquí para jugar este tipo de partidos. Ahí está Manolo Reina que la pone en largo, buscando a Murici, la pincha Kubo en la primera acción. El balón para Antonio Sánchez, atrás con Oliván, problemas en el control, la pone en largo, recupera el Sevilla, no, el balón que le cae a Dani.
Seville recovers, but Dani Rodriguez recovers once again.
Recupera Acuña, que se marcha en velocidad, le sale al paso Bataglia, se apoya en su compañero.
Passes over to Bataglia.
Perseguido por Antonio Sánchez, cuidado el Sevilla, que va con todo por esta parte izquierda. Martial, que la controla. Delante de Dani Rodríguez, la vuelve a poner con Acuña, que preparaba el centro, saque de banda.
Acuña is there for Seville, and it's going to be a throw-in for Seville. So it's definitely an intense, suffering moment for us, but we knew it was coming. Mallorca recovers it. Bataglia passes over to Take Kubo, and he's on his own. Take goes down, and it's a foul in favour of Mallorca and a yellow card for Kubo. Even though we are quite far away from the goal, this is what we want. Yes, of course, we have to try and get as many people and as many minutes at the top of the pitch as possible. And take advantage of Seville's apparent desperation right now. Olivan is ready and he is there. This could be the scoring time, we never know. Hernandez is saying that he doesn't want any problems.
Con algún jugador del Sevilla, ahí está preparado Brian Olivan. Ponla bien esta.
Brian Olivan is there, he's ready. Passes over to Murici. Rebound by the Seville defence. And it's going to be a throw-in for Mallorca. And this seems to be the moment. We have to be very strong.
Les estratègies iguals les forces, és molt important que estiguin concentrats i que creguen que poden rematar aquest balon. Una jugada d'aquestes pot fer...
We've got to believe that we can rebound these balls and that we can go on the counter-attack. Olivan shoots with his left leg and it goes out. Dani Rodriguez striking them with everything he had, but unfortunately just missed it.
Otra llegada peligrosa del Mallorca, balón parado y ahora pues eso está un poquito roto ahora el centro del campo. Quiere salir el Sevilla con todo. Recta final del encuentro.
Play is slightly broken up now in the center of the pitch as Seville has the ball, but it's back to Manolo Reina.
Que pide al árbitro que pare de nuevo el reloj porque se lleva las manos. No sé muy bien dónde. Al abductor parece, ¿no? De la pierna izquierda. Bueno, pues esperemos que pueda continuar.
Play is paused once again because one of the Mallorca players is complaining of some groin pain or inner thigh pain.
Yo confío en ti, Esteban.
No, ha sido zona noble, ha sido zona noble.
Yes, it seems to be groin pain here, but as Biel says, anything that allows us to use up a bit of time is always good news. And it's a sudden yellow card for Take Kubo here. So Delaney takes the free kick very quickly. Seville now feeling how time is running out for them. Mallorca, of course, desperately hoping to keep the result at least as it is.
Tremendo.
Sí, aquesta segona part, la veritat és que molt està fent mal, està siguent un punyal per la banda
Acuna is in possession now. We do have to point out how he has been a key figure for Seville in this second half.
En esta segunda parte, a la derecha para el Tecatito, ahora cambiado de banda, jugaba por abajo precisamente con Koundé, bien Antonio Sánchez, bien también Jaume Costa, quiere quitarse el peligro pero le cae a Lucas Ocampos que se marcha con velocidad.
Ocampos in possession for Seville.
Levanta la bandera, tiene que pararlo, levanta la bandera al asistente, le pega Rafa Mir, pero es que madre mía, Hernández que no se ha enterado ahora sí de que le habían hecho falta.
Hernandez there did not realize that Jaume Costa had been fouled.
Va a salir otro jugón en el Sevilla, va a salir Ivan Rakitic para jugar los últimos.
So Rakitic is going to come on for Seville now to play these last 11 minutes of official time plus whatever extra time is added. Listen, Ivan is always a very dangerous player. He's highly experienced.
Qualsevol tipus de falta innecessari a prop de l'àrea perquè amb ell dins del camp és un perill segur.
Bueno, pues agota los cambios Lopetegui, se marchó Gudey que tenía una cartulina amarilla, entra Ivan Rakitic, el ex del Barça, viviendo su segunda etapa aquí en Nervión, la va a poner Manolo Reina, con tranquilidad.
Manolo Reina is going to take this, of course, very calmly, very slowly.
En la precisión, sacó rápidamente de banda el Sevilla. 10 minuts, Biel.
Sevilla have a throw in, they take it very quickly.
Però toca sofrir i segur que mereixerà la pena. Crec que també en Manolo fins ara ha tingut un partit molt còmode, molt correcte, ha complit quan hi han arribat.
I think Manolo Reina is in for congratulations as well. He's done very well to know his place on the pitch and react when he was needed.
I que ha tingut una molt bona aturada també quan ho havia de fer, després molt segur sota pals i, bueno, efectivament que intentar mantenir aquesta porteria 0 és també importantíssim, no?, en aquests darrers 3 partits que mos queden per acabar, que ningú mos doni per morts.
Of course, nobody should think that it's all over at all, because as we are demonstrating today, we still know how to perform, and there's this one and 2 more to go still.
Koundé que juega a la derecha para Lucas Ocampos, que prepara el centro, muy pasado, tan pasado que quiere evitar a Acuña, sí, que ese balón salga por ese costado, se la acomoda su pierna buena, pone la...
A very, very long pass then.
Dani que pedía saque de banda y efectivamente sacó de banda rápidamente. El Papu Gómez, Rakitic que jugó para atrás de nuevo para él. Ahí está el centro buscando a Koundé. No la puede controlar.
Rakitic is passing towards the center, trying to look for Koundé, but it's going to be a throw-in for Mallorca as it goes too far, and lots of desperation among the Seville players. Yes, it's good news, and it's also something that we've seen very, very often throughout the whole match. They had us bottled up at the beginning, which was something to be expected, but since then it's loosened up a lot. We've seen players be very, very generous with each other, lots of communication, lots of help among themselves. Antonio Raillo rejects that, rebounds and defends that ball there that had been left on its own there in the goal scoring area. Seville fans asking for a penalty over Ocampo, the Seville player. The referee saying no way, he's saying there's nothing there, not even a foul.
Encara no he vist la repetició, però estic molt tranquil perquè sé que m'avisaràs tu antes de qualsevol cosa, així que...
Yes, Biel and Esteban thanking Danny, our commentator in the Seville Stadium, for repeating so many times that there is nothing there, not even a foul, not even a foul, because at least that way they could breathe as soon as they saw the action happen on their slightly delayed screens. So Mallorca on the 83rd minute still holding Seville off.
La defensa del Granada, pero insiste presionando el. Vamos a ver ese balón que le va a caer a Olivan, que pone la cabeza.
So Olivan receives the ball.
Van con todos los jugadores del Sevilla. Le cae el balón a
They're up against all the Seville players right now.
La quiere poner en largo buscando a Enesiri. Bien, Olivan.
Enesiri has been on search, but Olivan and Antonio Sanchez are there. Long pass from Jaume Costa over to Sake Kubo. Kubo tries to break away. There's a foul there, but the referee is saying no. He definitely had an absolute wall in front of him, and he did receive a collision. So we need to leave everything on the pitch right now. Tecatito and Akunde. So Manolo Reina saved that strike once again. It was rebounded and it goes out. The Seville players were asking for handball, but there's nothing there. Mallorca are on the counter attack. Murici is there. He's looking for a foul and he gets it. Excellent work from him there. And Lopetegui is getting a red card. No, it's going to be one of Lopetegui's assistants, in fact. So lots and lots of tension here in the stadium. But of course there is, because Mallorca are playing for their lives here.
Sí, un centre perillós, però després en Murici crec que ha estat molt intel·ligent, ha sabut treure petroli d'una...
Mauricio was clearly very, very clever there. He knew what he was doing. He didn't have much to gain, so he played that foul very well. Of course, anything that is nerves and people being sent off, right now all of that plays to our favour immensely. We've got to try and take advantage of moments like this. I think Maffeo looks like he's saying that he can't do any more, he can't go much longer. Franco Russo comes on for Mallorca and Jaume Costa is exiting the pitch.
Providencial Maffeo, ¿eh? En la acción de ha sido quien le ha quitado a Marcia. Sí, ha sido Maffeo.
Maffeo once again, some excellent actions in this match today. So obviously with all this confusion, we just remember that there's a foul in favour of Mallorca. Jaume Costa going up against the Seville field delegate. 87th minute of the match now. We can expect a good couple of minutes of extra time. Martin Valgent rebounds as well as he can. Seville in possession with Diego Carlos. Martin Valgent combs the ball. We've got to defend well, we've got to defend with everything we have. Acuna has the ball. And there was a mistake there, so the ball goes to Mallorca and back to Manolo Reina's possession. Lots of desperation from all people, all sides involved.
hem d'anar molt alerta, hem d'estar molt concentrats. Crec que l'equip està molt ben plantat. Normal que estiguem sofrint una mica, són els darrers minuts. A ser intel·ligents, intentar que se jugui el menys possible i a treure petroli de jugades que ens puguin donar tranquil·litat.
Take passes over to Grenier. Are they going to shoot? Oh, it impacts with one of the defenders, but Olivan sends it back down. I'm going to be careful now with Seville on the counter-attack. Pablo Maffeo there is going to have a clear yellow card for stopping him and tackling Acuña. Sevilla takes the free kick as quick as they can. Obviously, no time to lose from then. Everybody sat down firmly. Nobody leaving the stadium yet. Great match for Brian Olivan today as well, we must point out. Manolo Reina saves once again. That is the Manolo Reina from the last couple of years that we know and love. So very, very stressful as usual, as we knew it would be. So we're going into extra time and they've added 7 minutes of extra time.
Balón finalmente atrás al círculo central con Diego Carlos, con el Papu Gómez. En cortito aquí encuentra
Seville in possession, short passes. At the moment it seems as if Seville have 15 players on the pitch because they really are giving it their all right now. Yes, I mean now what we've got are 6.5 minutes of us holding them off, even better than we have done for the last 90 minutes. And if we get the chance to do a counter-attack, then great, and if not, it's all on the defence. It's going to be a corner now for Seville because of an action from Dani Rodriguez. Rakitic strikes, rebounds with a header. There's a rebound with a head from RCD that goes over the crossbar. So we're on 91.5 minutes now.
No crec que sigui just que moguem avui sense puntuar d'aquí. Crec que seria un premi més que merescut per aquests jugadors que avui sí que crec que han donat tot dins del camp i crec que l'afició mallorquinista haurà vist.
Se equivoca Bataglia y se enfada con el Miro porque ha matado ahí a Olivan en ese pase a la izquierda.
Bataglia makes a mistake there and he's annoyed.
Los aficionados del Mallorca que están bufant, están patint. Pero bueno, se bien que sería así.
Lots of stress, lots of frustration among the Mallorca fans on social media as well.
El argentino un poquito más a la banda. En la posición de la
Acuña edges towards the wings. Second post. A rebound and out for Seville. A clear opportunity there for Seville. An absolutely acrobatic rebound there. Manolo Reina had not much to do at all. Delaney had his chance there.
Que ha pasado por encima del travesaño.
3 minutos, Dani.
93, sí. La controla. Ahí Grenier la pone para Dani Rodríguez. Vamos a ver, Dani, si puede sacar petróleo de aquí. Le persigue Rakitic, la acompaña Take Kubo. Quiere sacar el córner.
Rakitic and Take Kubo now.
En el banderín de córner, se va al suelo.
Dani Rodriguez is by the corner flag. He goes down. Is that a foul? Battaglia does foul Lucas Ocampo.
Bueno, parece que no, que se la perdona. Hernández sacó rápidamente Rakitic. 93.5.
Rakitic takes the free kick very quickly. Everybody is watching this match. There's the survival in First Division to play for. There's also the Champions League spot to play for. Koundé is in the goal scoring area. Martin Valgent defends. The ball reaches Murishi. Murishi manages to connect with Kubo. They're on the counter attack. Can he score? Is Maffeo? He was too slow, but he is absolutely exhausted. He couldn't do it. And there's a yellow card which is not shown by the referee because there's no time. So play goes on quickly. Ball back to Mallorca now on the 94th and a half minute. If we manage to score now, that would be one for the books.
Una vegada més ha fet un grandíssim esforç durant tot el partit, venia de fer un esforç important dissabte passat i bueno, si hagués estat fresc possiblement hagués acabat en gol. No ha estat així, però crec que les sensacions que tenim avui és per estar orgullosos d'aquests jugadors.
I think we definitely need to be proud of our performance today.
Bueno, prepara un último cambio para ver un poquito más de tiempo aquí Javier Aguirre porque va a entrar Gio. Efectivamente el Tecatito que la pone para Koundé.
Gio Gonzalez is going to come on for Mallorca.
Se marcha el Tecatito, ponla para Muri.
Battaglia.
Se vuelve a equivocar Battaglia.
Another error, another mistake from Battaglia there, so he loses the ball. Murishi is also absolutely exhausted. Javier Aguirre is asking for the change. Let's see who's coming off. And it is going to be Pablo Maffeo, who, as we were saying, cannot deal anymore. Absolutely exhausted. He absolutely reached his limit today. Probably there's going to be 30 seconds more added again because of this change. There's going to be a minute and a half left, but it doesn't matter. Gio Gonzalez is still going to do as much as he can. Acuna is going to take it towards the goal scoring area for sure. Delaney heads it. Rakitic is there. Sends it to the right. Tecatito and Ocampos in possession. Brian Olivan is there. Manolo Reina saves once again with his hand. What a save once again from Manolo Reina, and that could be that save with his hand could mean the survival of Mallorca in First Division. Gio Gonzalez heads it, but it reaches Acuna. We've got to hold them off. Just a couple of seconds more. He's going to hit it again. Martial controls the ball. We need to defend with everything we have. And that ball is offside. And that is the end of the match. What a save from Manolo Reina. Embraces all round for Manolo Reina. We are still alive today here in Seville. Of course, we're going to see what Cádiz does tomorrow, but we've got to be very, very proud of what we've done here today. We still have to win the last 2 matches that we have ahead, but what a match today, very, very intense, and what saves we've seen from Manuel Reina.
Sevilla, una sèrie de jugadors que fa 4 o 5 temporades que defensen aquest escut amb orgull, se mereixen una estua, passi el que passi. M'agradaria que en el moment que se separin els camins se'ls tingui un agraïment i un reconeixement, que crec que s'ho mereixen.
I do think that today they really deserve to be congratulated, and I hope that is reflected in the support that they feel from the fans, regardless of the fact that in the end we weren't able to walk away with a victory.
Que ha significat aquest punt d'aquí avui i en general crec que sensacions molt positives, crec que qualsevol...
I've had some really, really positive feelings today. At the moment there is a massive group embrace, all of them, the players who have been playing today and the ones who haven't, and they're all embracing each other on the grass. After the match they've had today, after so many threats from Seville, after the bad press and all the insults that the players have had all week, this draw, I'm sure, feels like a victory to the players. We don't know what's going to happen from here until the end of the season. We don't know what's going to be happening in the last 2 matches. But this is a team that is going to fight until the end. So they are now thanking the fans that are in the Seville Stadium and that have made their way all the way to the stadium there in Andalusia. At the same time, the spectators that are Mallorca members are in the stands thanking the players for their dedication and their hard work today. So I just wanted to leave you with that note, but I do have to go over to the flash interview area to see who we're going to be talking to today. So Manuel Reina really deserved to have a spectacular save like that. I did really enjoy myself today, and it's been a long time coming. I haven't felt that watching a football match for a very long time actually. I think today any Mallorca fan can go to bed feeling happy and confident and proud of their team and their players.
Que així serà, perquè la nostra afició sempre està aquí, no? Però crec que la mostra de l'equip d'aquestes ganes és contagiosa i farà que gent que potser havia perdut un poc l'esperança de creure en aquesta salvació de torni a recuperar, no? Així que convençut d'haver dit tantes, convençut que si avui tenim alguna cosa positiva d'aquí molt salvarem, crec que serà un impost anímic important pels jugadors.
I think it will be a big morale boost for the players today and give us something to look forward to on Sunday as well. So hopefully it will be a massive step forward and we can get a victory. So I'm not sure who we will be talking to in the flash interview area today. But lots of people saying on social media that it almost seems like the match fell a little bit short for Mallorca, considering how well they played and how much they did and how much they had to battle.
No, jo crec que és un resultat just, nosaltres n'hem tingut i ells n'han tingut. Crec que la més clara és seguir-me va salvar amb Manolo, que devem que comprar un poc en seguir-me va salvar contra el Deportivo, que després va ser...
I think one of the key moments of the match today were Manolo Reina's saves, which I would compare to the ones he performed against Deportivo. Those clear goal-scoring opportunities we had never actually materialized because we weren't able to finish off the actions. So I do think it is a fair result. Of course, I would have loved to win. So it is going to be Manolo Reina who is going to turn up for the flash interview. And I think that there is nobody better than him today to be the main character and to have that interview.
Tenia pescat durant tota la segona part, porteria zero.
Sí, és que és fonamental, és que el partit com avui, un empat...
So it is obviously important, and the vital thing today was that we kept no goals were scored against us.
Segur que demà entrenaran amb més il·lusió que el que han fet aquests dies i amb més ganes i energia positiva. I bueno, content perquè un jugador torni a fer el que més li agrada, que és jugar, content que...
Of course, I'm happy to see a player who's back doing what they love best, which is to play and to be on the pitch and to be captaining. And to walk away today with a point, I think, is a pretty good result.
Perquè sabien de la importància de la victòria. Al final, el Mallorca que ha aconseguit aguantar, resistir, ja ha tingut aquelles darreres oportunitats. Quina pena se demà fer, al final...
Of course, there was a couple of opportunities that it would have been great to take advantage of, like Pablo Maffeo's opportunity, because they were really clear chances. Yeah, obviously, if it had been in the first minutes of the match, I think it would have worked out in a very different way.
És bona senyal, el senyal de que han donat tot durant el partit i crec que avui podem estar orgullosos dels nostres jugadors, no? Això és el que demanàvem el cap de setmana passat, és el que demanen els mallorquins i estic segur que avui estan satisfets amb el que han vist.
However, I'm sure that everybody involved today is satisfied with what they saw. So yes, we will be hearing from Manolo Reina and then we'll be watching Javier Aguirre's press conference. Now, obviously, I am working from memory, but I do not remember the last time that we didn't concede any goals. But we're going to our colleague Luis Seoane, who is with Manolo Reina.
Para que el Mallorca consiga un punto. Manolo, valoraciones ahora justo acabado el partido.
Bueno, yo creo que aquí era importante de puntuar. Estábamos claros que teníamos que ir por los 3 puntos. Yo creo que hemos tenido...
I mean, of course, we had to go for the 3 points today, but the most important thing was to get any points at all. I mean, the performance last week was something that we really shouldn't have let happen. It was an accident. And we're walking away with a point, which doesn't seem very much right now, but it could mean all the difference for us in the end.
Parecía que después de ese 2-6 en casa contra Granada, 2-6 inesperado del que nadie quería, parecía que se daba por muerto al equipo y haya demostrado aquí en un campo como el Sevilla, como tú dices, pues que no está muerto y que todavía quedan puntos en juego y que se va a luchar hasta el final, ¿no?
Sí, está claro, pero bueno, es lícito, ¿no? Que la gente pueda pensar en cierto momento. También metido 2-6 en casa.
So of course, I mean, it is normal that some of the fans think that it's all lost and that all hope was lost after that 6-2 defeat at home. Yeah, we had difficulty sleeping afterwards. You don't understand it. You don't get it. Of course, we've all been talking very much about it. We've tried to make some changes. We knew that it was going to be very complicated today.
que seguir haciendo nuestro trabajo y yo pienso que si hacemos nuestro trabajo lo podemos conseguir.
And now we're still alive and we just need to keep working really hard, and I think that if we do, we might well save ourselves.
Impresionante, has tenido un par de intervenciones, sobre todo la última a ese balón de cabeza que ha salvado ese punto para el Mallorca. ¿Cómo te has sentido a nivel individual? Imagino que espectacular.
Bueno, la verdad que sí.
So how did you feel on an individual level today?
Difícil, tiempo jodido, ¿no? Porque al final, pero bueno.
Well, I mean, it's been a tough time recently.
Algunas veces al final lo pueden cambiar a todo. Algunas veces más justo, menos justo, pero te quita.
You know, everybody can get changed around, and you have to keep working and fighting for when it's your chance again. And it's important to just work every day, whether you play or you don't. And today it was my turn. So thank you very much, and best of luck for Sunday's match. So Manolo Reina there, who was trusted from the first moment and really did not disappoint. Yes, well, if Manolo Reina ever again needs a confidence boost, he can always come back to this match and go to the 93rd minute and have a look at that save that he produced there, because that really was spectacular from him.
Millors i d'altres de pitjors, hi ha un toc que tenir molta paciència, no venir-se baix i sobretot ser professional, no? Ell ha tocat fer feina a la sombra durant els darrers mesos i no s'ha rendit, ha seguit entrenant i...
Of course, like it's been several difficult months for him, but he hasn't given up. He's kept training as hard as he can. And he was definitely a key figure in getting that point this tonight.
En el principi de partit eren difícil de dir-les, mira, la classificació també és difícil de dir-ho perquè encara segueixes sense dependre de tu mateix, no? Veiem com el Mallorca està a 2 punts de la salvació, el Cádiz que té un partit pendent, és vera que juga contra la Reial Societat que s'està jugant pues, es confirmar a Europa també, però clar, això te dona una altra visió a l'hora d'encarar els 2 partits que queden, no? Saps que
Of course, and it is true that this kind of result gives you a whole another vision of the team when thinking about the 2 matches that are still left to play. And it is, I guess, the only solution for us to keep fighting and looking forward. And we've got to get behind the team and us, the fans, be the scorers of the first goal.
És important veure què passa en el partit de Madrid-Levante, una victòria del Levante faria que...
Of course, we will have to have a look at the Madrid-Levante score as well, because a win for Levante would mean that their next match would be absolutely crucial.
I que l'Alaves tingués una passa important i un avantatge psicològica. Però sí, nosaltres hem fet la nostra feina, crec que avui hem fet un gran partit, ara toca esperar a veure amb aquests resultats.
Yeah, I mean, we put the work in today, that's for sure. We did. We had a great match. So Javier Aguirre was pretty swift today, so we've got him there already. He's ready for his press conference. So, how important is this point? I mean, considering that we were coming off the back of a disastrous afternoon, and we were kind of expecting another defeat today. We knew how dangerous Seville can be. We know about their individual talent. You know, they're fighting for a Champions League spot. We can't ignore that. I mean, yeah, we suffered immensely. That save by Manolo at the end was crucial. But I think we showed another side of us today. And I think today we were up there again. We were alive, we were happy. And hopefully we can repeat that in the next 2 matches. So Manuel Reina was the big novelty today, and he was the savior of the match. Well, there were 5 changes. So what did you think of him, and why did you make the change in the first place? Well, when there's a good, united group, they're all on the same level, and it's obviously working. But there are lots of people who train very well and fight very well. Manuel Reina was waiting for 6 matches, and today was his chance. So are you 100% satisfied, or do you think that the team could have walked away with the 3 points today? Yeah, I would have been very surprised if we had won the match today. I think Sevilla did carry the weight of the match. I think a victory for us today would have been too big a prize for us, to be honest. I wanted to ask you about the psychological factors. So how has it been in these last couple of days to recompose the team? Of course, there have been some very, very long nights. Some of the players that still were really quite feeling the pressure and the lack of motivation after the last match. Of course, when you have a reception and support like we did at the beginning of the match last week, and then to have to walk away after that result is a very difficult thing to do. But I think today we really did meet some requirements for the fans.
Aparte de parar balones, que es lo primero que se le pide a un portero y lo ha hecho, no sé qué más puede aportar Reina y si se ha notado, porque no sé, el otro día le hemos visto.
So what can Reina give more that he hasn't showed yet?
Lo hemos visto también mucho más metido que el otro día, dando esos ánimos, esos líderes. No sé.
Of course, he's a very good leader, of course, and he was 100% in the match today. Well, I think everybody matters equally on the team, on the pitch, with their personality and their own traits. Manolo is a player who talks a lot in the training sessions. He likes to he likes to bring across his view and his way of encouraging the players. And you always expect leadership from these kind of players. So they've all got their all different personalities and their way of bringing something different to the team.
Sí, mister, pensando ya un poco en el futuro, en el partido del domingo, según lo que pase mañana...
Creo que es sábado, ¿no?
El domingo, ¿no?
Domingo, sí.
Domingo. Sí, del domingo.
So looking at next Sunday's match.
Voy a preguntar, ¿piensa que según lo que pase con el Cádiz mañana se repetirá el ambiente, todo lo que...
Do you think depending on what happens with Cádiz tomorrow, the atmosphere could be the same? Well, I really don't know. I'm sorry. We feel right now that we are in debt to the fans. Of course, I hope today that we were able to give the fans something to smile about.
Otra vez de Reina.
Sí, soy el que
Otra vez de
siempre.
Reina.
No, Reina ya lo vamos a dejar en paz. Simplemente valorar.
Se enoja porque nada más pregunta 3. Quiere preguntar.
No, it's not another question about Manolo Reina.
Bueno, es bueno en el estado anímico, es insuficiente para la.
So morale at the moment is good. But is it enough? No. So what kind of changing room did you find today? That was a unintelligible answer there from the Mallorca manager. Apologies for that. I'm feeling pretty calm. I trust the players. We have to trust the fact that our rivals have a difficult calendar ahead of them. I feel much calmer after this match than I did on Saturday. Well, if you're calm, then we feel calm too. So yes, our sights are set on Sunday now. So will you be watching Cádiz tomorrow? Well, I think it's going to depend a little bit on how nervous I am. But it's definitely a match to take into account.
Seu resultat, així tot podria passar que guanyessin i que nosaltres guanyant els dos següents partits estiguessin salvats igual, perquè si no veiem malament el gol de Bràsquia que el tenim a favor i tenen partits complicats contra el Madrid i després no veure què passa.
I mean, I hope that they have a really complicated match against Madrid, of course.
Amb possibilitats de l'Alavés serà un partit molt complicat.
Serà guapo, seria guapo que l'Alavés arribi amb una mica d'opcions només.
Yes, of course. I mean, it would be great for Alaves to have a little bit of that excitement too and be in the running. Now, of course, we've just got to think about and focus on Rayo Vallecano, who had a very good start to the league this year.
A lo millor aquesta gent, pues, com ve més tranquil·les, li pot sortir tot, tal.
And yeah, we've got to think maybe because they will be so calm that they'll take it easier. But we're going to go and hear from Rodrigo Bataglia right now.
Habiendo podido ganar, que no hubiera pasado absolutamente nada y ahora pues a ganar los próximos partidos. Simple, vos lo dijiste.
So now you're focused on winning the next matches.
Quedando finales, las tenemos que ganar para soñar con la salvación y bueno, vamos a luchar hasta el final. No hay mucha vuelta.
Yeah, we've got to fight until the end. There's no other real option. So the attitude and the image of the team today was better right from the first seconds. Well, yeah, we knew that today was really important. We just come off a really difficult defeat at home. We came out wanting to win it, but we're walking away with a draw, and now there's 2 finals left for us. And what a save by Manolo! Yeah, it was incredible, and we're all there to help each other. So, and then there's the fans factor as well. Obviously, we're going back home not on Sunday. And we're going to go all out. Yeah, we need them, of course. Sometimes things don't go your way. So today they did go our way. We went a bit better, and we thank the fans for their support. And we just really, really need them, and we need them more than ever on Sunday. So Bataglia there, walking very exhaustedly back into the changing rooms. Yeah, so that was a clear and concise interview there by Bataglia.
Sí, jo sí que destacar dos jugadors, destacaria en Manolo i en Rodrigo Bataglia. Crec que avui ha estat un gran nivell. Mostramos una gran...
I think today was really high-level football.
Moltíssimes pilotes, donant equilibri a l'equip. Esperem que que segueixi així, que segueixi un gran nivell, que el seu bé serà, òbviament, des dels equips i de tots els mallorquinistes.
So we just hope for as much support as we can from our fans on Sunday, and we're back with Daniel Arjagova and Jaume Costa this time. We've got some audio issues there, unfortunately. So it was a very good all-round match for many of the players today, Jaume Costa included. Yes, as we've been saying, we think that everybody can walk away satisfied and proud of the way that they played. So we are just going to wait and see if we can get the sound back. So obviously preparation is going to begin tomorrow already, and we hope that this point is going to be that morale and confidence boost that the players need.
Jo crec que tornarem a aquestes noches de transmissora per veure i saber tot el que passa en els altres camps, Biel.
Sí, demà serà un partit a tenir en compte. La Real se juga a seguir competició europea l'any que ve. També té el partit, si no recordo malament, a Villarreal, no sé si és un poc antes o després, però només està a 3 punts de distància, per tant, m'imagino que ho donaran.
Of course, Seville now has still have the opportunity to get into a Champions League spot, but it's now become more difficult because of this draw that they've had today. They've also got a tough match against Villarreal, who are only 3 points away from them on the table.
I si no, a seguir lluitant i com diu ell, no? Queden 6 punts, si els guanyen tots dos.
And of course, as the players have been saying, there's 6 points left. If we win both of those matches that are left, there's a really big chance that we will still be in First Division next year. And hopefully for Sunday we can create another magical atmosphere like the one that we saw last weekend before the match began. And of course, we're up against 2 rivals that have already saved themselves from the drop zone. So the people who have the team who's got something to play for is us. So that surely must count for something.
Que quan un se juga molt i l'altre no se juga res, pues inconscientment baixes un pot d'intensitat. Hem vist avui en el resultat.
Of course, I mean, we expect them to be still very tough and very professional, but psychologically, of course, if you have nothing to lose, nothing to gain with that match, hopefully that means that the team automatically lets their guard down a little bit, and that the intensity is not there as it would be usually.
Que simplement deixen d'un poc per la corrent i per poc que nosaltres empenguem, pues, estic segur que molt durem el partit. Evidentment depèn de nosaltres. Si nosaltres no fem gols, pues, ja ens poden...
Of course, that depends 100% on our performance as well. If we are not capable of scoring against them, then they're obviously not going to gift us anything. They're not going to grant us anything. But hopefully we can take the match away with us. And that we can take advantage of their complacency or their lack of stress and tension and use that to take the match with us.
No sé com ho veus tu, però jo imagino que se podria muntar alguna cosa en cas de que la darrera jornada se jugués alguna cosa. Jo ho estic mullant aquí en directe i perquè sí, se podria muntar alguna cosa per aquesta zona del Mallorca i nosaltres allà enmig per narrar el partit també,
So yes, I'm already thinking of the last match. If we're still in the running by the time the last match comes around of the season, I think it would be great to plan something spectacular in the stadium with the local fans as well as all of us who have been working so closely with the club and with the team all season. Yeah, I think anything like this in the home stadium always gives the players goosebumps and spurs them on greatly.
Seria una ajuda importantíssima. Sé que en el final necessito jo actuar a problemes econòmics i de temps per molta gent, però estic segur que
of course, economy and finance issues and time issues are always a factor, but we really do encourage anybody who can and has the ability to come down to the stadium to make that effort this weekend and show their support for the team.
Jo no tinc cap camiseta ni cap bufanda, però no sé si m'hauré de fer alguna cosa.
Mira, casualment la primera camiseta que jo tinc, el meu debut va ser aquí contra la Real Sociedad, que varen guanyar 6-1, i tenc la camiseta d'en Griezmann guardada, així que demà no me posaré i veurem si...
And well, with regards to Real Sociedad's match tomorrow, of course we will be supporting them 100% because a victory for them would be very beneficial to us. And Biel is saying that his first shirt when he debuted as a professional footballer was actually a Real Sociedad shirt from Griezmann, who was there at the time, and he still has it now, so he'll be wearing that tomorrow in support for them to try and give them luck. Yes, a win there would be a win from them would be good for the team's morale too. And now we are going to Daniel Jacoba and Jaume Costa. I think the tiredness at the end was a bit from the effort and also from my age. I mean, I am of a certain age now. In the last 2 or 3 matches, you know, we've all got to give it our all, never mind how many minutes you're on the pitch for. People came on that gave us a lot today. I mean, we did have chances to score, and obviously that is what we're missing, the actual action of getting the ball in the back of the net. Seville had an amazing lineup today, and there were different players coming on all the time that are like world-class level. And same as last week, our manager apologised on behalf of the technical team and everybody else for our performance. I think today we demonstrated that we are still there and that we haven't given up yet and that we're still in with a chance. And we are going to now, for what's left of the league, we're going to demonstrate our worth.
Como dices, ante un equipazo, pero es que el equipo hoy, tú dices, ha tenido oportunidades y si hubiera ganado tampoco habría pasado nada. No te voy a mentir, han sido 3 días muy duros, mucha ansiedad.
Well, it's been really tough 3 days, lots of anxiety, lack of sleep for everybody, going through the match over and over, and that's a really tough situation for the players.
El otro día, cuando acabamos el partido y nos quedamos en medio del campo y vimos a la afición, miramos a la cara y vimos esa cara de sufrimiento, de ansiedad también por ellos.
But when we stayed on the pitch after the defeat last week and we looked our fans in their faces and their eyes, we saw those anguished faces after watching the match, and obviously that's something that it kills us to see, and we don't want to see the fans suffering like that. However, we know that we are competitive, whoever is put on in the starting lineup. And today, everybody who started performed very well. The people who came on throughout the match also put on a great performance. And that group embrace at the end of the match was really special to see. Well, I guess that is the image of the sacrifice and the hard work that we've been putting in all season. You know, when you're a young person, you dream of coming to these kind of stadiums. I've played many matches here as well. And that is the path to go. And after the match, we were all saying how we are responsible for what happens in the league now. And we know that we have to fight until the end. And if you can't do it anymore, then you'll be changed for one of your teammates, and he will finish the match for you, and he will give everything he has as well. So an exhausted Jaume Costa there. Thank you very much.
Gràcies a vosaltres.
Bueno, mallorquinista, ya un puntito que hemos conseguido aquí en esta visita.
So a point here in this Ramon Sánchez Pizjuán Stadium in Seville. We'll be back with you on Sunday for that pre-match, match and post-match coverage of the match against Rayo Vallecano at 6:30 kickoff on Sunday. So we'll see you then, and thank you for watching.